Hey guys, how are you doing? I should have said boo. You guys feel like a live chat? Miss Bad Skirt's cute. Hey Star Mama, do you think MM got a phone call? No, I was figuring out the banner. I see the thing on the right. It says banner. You know how Natasha Cooper does the thing, hey cult members, send me all your money? That just cracks me up. I think it's funny. So I was trying to fit imitation is the highest form of flattery, and then, hey, cult members, send me all your money. But I couldn't fit all of that on the banner. So it is what it is. So you want to talk the case, or do you want to talk drama? Or do you want to talk both? Hey, Lilibet. Hi, Sandy. Hey, Star Mama. Hi, DG. Tara says no audio here. That's because I had the mute thing on because I was clicking around on the banner. Ms. Badskirt. Hurricane Henri was a complete dud. Good. Yes, be thankful. Okay, and I'm going to see if I can put it up there. Let's see here. I'm not sure if it's up there or not. Let's see. I have to go to comments. No, it's not up there. Where's the banner? Banner. Click. 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 Let's see. Rename folder, duplicate folder, delete folder. It says 0 banners. Okay. Oh, now it says create a banner. Okay. Send me all of your money. I'm only kidding you guys. Paste. There it is. Okay, I think. So I created a folder, not a banner. Scroll across bottom. Ticker. Okay, that's cool. And add banner. It's circling. I don't see it doing anything. So I had 2 banners, but I don't see it working. I don't know what screen it's going on. Show. There it is. There it is. I did it. Oh, techno geeky Mensa. Send me all of your money. And now here's another one. Show. Imitation is the highest form of flattery. I wonder if I can only have one banner at a time. I bet I can have two banners somehow. I guess I'll just go in and like alternate them from time to time if I think of it. Okay. So what is the scoop on YouTube? Do you guys want to talk the case or drama? I already asked you that, didn't I? Yes, Miss Bad Skirt, it's easier that way, isn't it? Ms. Bad Skirt says, be right back. Mom's calling me. Star Mama says, I would shut the whole channel down if I had to figure it out. You would be able to do it, Paula. You're a lot smarter than me when it comes to techno geeky stuff. Yeah, look at that, a banner. I wonder if I can put the pictures of the Bob's babes and have them scroll across the bottom. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? It would make our chat so much more enjoyable. See? Here, let me make this bigger. Hold on. Bingo. Okay, it's bigger now. C. Cole says, long-time lurker here. I appreciate your insights, MM. See, guys, some of the lurkers are nice. Sandy says, I have no clue what's going on. I woke up this morning with a horrible stomach flu or something. It's been horrible. Uh-oh. What'd you eat yesterday, Sandy? Did you have seafood yesterday? Did you have chicken yesterday? Did you have milk? Like a lot of milk? Yes, Star Mama, YouTube drama is off the charts. First, I want to say to Sandy, make sure you're drinking lots of water, honey. Water, 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 if your tummy's upset. And maybe a couple of saltine crackers, too. That might help. You know, it might. If nothing else sounds good, try to have a couple of saltines. Miss Badskirt says, so much drama going on. I'm just not feeling it tonight. MJ says, hi, all. Yes, bananas are good too. Bananas and toast. What is it? What's the brat diet? Toast, rice, applesauce, and bananas. Yep, there you go. There's the brat diet. So bananas, rice, applesauce, and toast. Well, Carol's being helpful. Hey, Sandy, Carol thinks that maybe some Benadryl and Tylenol would help you. Yes, Star Mama, ginger ale. Definitely. Definitely. Yes, MJ. A slice of burnt toast. Lightly buttered. Lightly buttered, if at all. Ms. Badskirt says, I wonder if pediatricians still suggest that. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Highly, highly, highly doubt it. I think there's a whole new breed of doctors coming in the door. And I think if a mother stands there and says, what about the brat diet? That the doctor, who's probably never had children of their own, is going to make some kind of note in the file that they're an anti-vaxxer or something, you know? CPS will be at the door by noon. I'm kind of kidding, but just kind of. I think that teachers and pediatricians should have to have children before they can become teachers or pediatricians. Even if they're just borrowed children for a year or two, you know? That's my opinion. Boo. I'm back. So what is your opinion on the channel fighting that's going on? Ms. Badsker says, my friend and I often debate this. The way some younger teachers speak to their students is appalling. I know it sounds like an old fart, but it's true. I really do. I'm not kidding. I think teachers should have to have children. And I don't mean like have a niece or nephew or something. They should have to be raising children for at least 1 year. And the same with pediatricians, and maybe even the same with nurses, if they're going to be doing pediatric nursing, right? Hey, Miss CD. We're talking about the brat diet and how we think that teachers and pediatricians should have to have 1 year minimum that they're raising a child. MJ says school is not a good place for children. You know what? There was a time where I would have thought, oh my goodness, it's good for kids, blah, blah, blah. But now I'm looking at it a little bit different. I think private schools are good for kids as long as the parents are actively involved in choosing teachers that are good teachers. Well, I got called a liar today by Robbie. I thought that was pretty priceless. Meant a year on liar. He said he was going to email me after the live chat, but he never did. And I just checked, and that was hours ago. And I just checked, and he still hasn't emailed me. Hope for peace. What if they can't have kids? Then they can borrow some. Ms. Badsker says, I might have homeschooled if I had the wisdom I have now. Live and learn. I agree. I'm coming for you, Mensa. I'm coming for you, Mensa. I don't care if you're famous. I've taken down bigger people than you, more famous than you, tougher than you. I'm big and tough. I'm mean. And then I try to yodel like I'm in The Sound of Music. Sandy homeschools. All right. Sandy says, I homeschool. We got so fed up with the public schools, the twice weekly. Ooh, yeah, that is too much. But I actually don't think it's happening as much as we think it is. I think the mainstream media has done a really good job making it sound like it. It's just like back in the 80s. The mainstream media did a good job of making everybody think that children were about to be abducted at every corner. Oh, Star Mom is laughing. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it, Star Mama. You're stupid. Your comments are stupid. Oh, so I hear Star Mama's a victim advocate, a child advocate, an advocate for children. Well, I'm an advocate, so why don't I act like her? Carol says, my daughter is going to homeschool. Good. Very good. I'm coming for you, Star Mama. Didn't she say that the comments were unintelligent? I think that's what scumbag attackers do when they want to attack someone. They say, oh, she's harassing me. Oh. And she was saying, I better not come on my channel and see any more of those stupid comments. She claimed, evidently, that I had a bunch of fake profiles going, and I was making unintelligent comments. Star Mama says, my daughter homeschooled for 2 years. They went back 2 weeks, and the schools are shutting down again. Ooh, they are? Is it because of the Delta? MJ, I think they're dangerous, but I don't think it has anything to do with physical danger, except I think it's really weird that they cut out recess. I have no clue why they would think that's a good idea. And let's face it, the whole idea of having secure buildings, everybody knows all you do is stand in line and wait for the person who's hitting the button to get clicked in the door, right? And then everyone walks right through the door. Come on. You know what I think they should do? I think they should have volunteer Grammy and Grampy teams, armed, patrolling the hallways. I also think they should arm every child with a big can of Dinty Moore beef stew. Well, depending on how old the child is. Like kindergarten through third grade, they could have the one serving can, you know, and then fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, all the way on up, they could have the bigger can of Dinty Moore beef stew. And then they could have regular practice, target practice, with their cans of Dinty Moore beef stew. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. We need to arm the children with the attitude that they're not just going to sit there. I have never understood the news stories. One or two people wandering through the halls, you know, they've got to stop and reload at some point. So you tackle the sucker, take him down. You know, there used to be like a belief that you really shouldn't have a firearm, because if someone broke in, then they could take it and use it against you. What? Are you kidding? But that was what people would say. A lot of times they would say that to women. Oh, you really shouldn't have a firearm, because if a burglar came in or if somebody came in to do you harm, then they could take it from you and use it against you. Huh? If it's that easy to take a gun away from someone, then I say take it back. Take it back fast. I don't think it's that easy to take a gun away from someone. However, if it's one or two people wandering the halls, tackle them. Don't you think? I think. Tackle them. Everybody scream like a real, wild, crazy scream. Everybody scream. Turn on the noise, right? And tackle them. That's my thought. But again, I think every school should be manned and womaned with Grammy and Grandpa teams, armed grandparents patrolling the halls. And let me tell you, there isn't one dipshit who would dare take on any school that's being patrolled by a Grammy and Grandpa team. Betcha. Especially if the school's children were trained with their cans of Dinty Moore. Think about it. It is not a bad idea. Ray says we aren't allowed guns here. I'm sorry, Ray. That's terrible. Sorry, Sandy. But the cans aren't open. says, haven't seen Susie on here for a while. Hope she's okay. We're both Scottish, so I always remember her. I haven't seen her. I haven't gotten an email from her either. Carol says, that sucks, Ray. Not even a rifle? One of my neighbors was shooting all day long yesterday. Kaboom, kaboom, blip, blip, blip. I mean, I don't know how many people they had going, but it was just one after another. And I thought it was kind of funny because I thought, I wonder how many people actually enjoy that sound. You know what I mean? Like, some people think, like, oh my gosh, guns. And for me, it's like, especially when I heard, it sounds like they had, what are they called, like an M50? It sounded like they had a few kaboomers going. And I was like, kaboom! Whoa! The only thing I don't like is that the deer are absolutely avoiding the normal path because of them. So that's too bad. But it was kind of fun listening. It was almost like fireworks. It wasn't fun, but it was kind of like, yeah. There's nothing more fun than target practicing. Well, there are a few things more fun. Ray says, Dad used to sleep with an iron bar under the bed. Where are you, Ray? Sorry if I've asked you that 100 times. Are you Australia or the UK? All right, Star Mama. Star Mama's making buttermilk pie, chicken salad, and pasta salad tomorrow. Star Mama loves to cook. Sandy says it's like that here in Nevada. Sometimes you can actually feel the booms in your chest. Miss CD says, hi, oh yes. From the UK, moved to Australia. Well, you should move to the US. I'll teach you how to shoot firearms. Where I live, they have picnics where people open carry because they can. The deer are probably confused, though. They're probably like, is it November already? Is that a fox? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Star Mama? MJ says, what about the schools? For some states are saying it's okay to teach the children about they can change their sex. The gender thing, that is really sick and terrible. Well, as you guys know, I have my bachelor's degree in psychology from an actual school. Not one of those, And I have also shared with you that I was a late bloomer. I didn't get my degree until I was in my 50s, right? Well, actually, I got my associates in science and arts pre-law when I was still in my 40s. But I got my bachelor's in psychology when I was, I think, 50, 51. I think 51, 52. I don't know for sure. And when I was in school getting my bachelor's in psychology, we were taught, I think it was called gender dysphoria, I think was what they called it, that it was actually a mental illness. It wasn't that long ago, you guys. I'm only 61. So 10 years ago? 10 years ago, it was a mental illness, and now we're teaching young children that they get to choose? Yes, Ray, if you visit, you definitely want to pop over and see me. I would love to do a meetup, whatever you call it, a meet and greet or something. But you just know that we'd have bad apples showing up, you know? Carol says, they just carry where I live. I hear gunshots from the streets. Ms. Badskirt says, I was in my late 30s. Master's in my 40s. Good for you. Yeah, being the non-traditional is kind of interesting, isn't it? Lilibet says, it's certainly like that here in Atlanta. Shootings throughout the city every night. Things are scary here right now. Ooh. When I worked as a judicial officer, I worked near Washington, D.C. And let me tell you, it was kind of scary. It was kind of scary. It wasn't like absolutely frightening, but there were times it was scary. Yes, a Mensa meet and greet. That would be fun. Or maybe a Bob's barbecue or something. I don't know. Star Mama said, my dad got his master's and his bachelor's at 38. Then the physiology drill started. Wow. Bad bananas. Yes, not in Colorado. No, thank you. I don't think we'd be welcome there. We'd be like filing our Freedom of Information Act requests. Yes, MJ, I agree. If we planned anything, you know there'd be scumbag attackers lurking, right? Ms. Badsker says, same here in southern, what is that, Nebraska? Terrifying. My students aren't allowed to play outside because it's too dangerous. That is such baloney. I'm telling you, Dinty Moore beef stew and Grammys and Grampies patrolling the grounds and take down the signs. Why on earth do they want to advertise gun-free zones? I don't get that. That's like saying, hey, idiot, guess what? We expect you to obey the law. Exactly. They need to play outside. I almost said outside and outdoors at the same time. They definitely need recess. And, you know, back to the gender thing. Okay, so we're raising children now where the public schools are evidently teaching them that it's okay to be confused. In fact, it's normal and natural to be confused and to question, right? Why on earth can't we be happy and proud to be a girl or happy and proud to be a boy? What's wrong with that? I don't get it. But we're also saying you're going to walk single file down that hallway. You're going to march down that hallway. You're not going to speak. You're going to line up and then you're going to wait. And then we're all going to walk around single file down the hallway. And you're all going to do everything exactly the same when we tell you to do it. You don't have to think, oh, and lunchtime, that's a whole nother time for BS, let me tell you. You line up, you go in, you sit down, you have 3 seconds to eat. 3 seconds to eat. If you're getting a hot lunch, watch out because it's usually cardboard with some melted cheese on top, right? If there is a salad bar, I strongly suggest you go right to the cardboard with the cheese on top, based on some of the salad bars I've seen. And then you take your seat, you have 3 seconds to eat, and then you have all these people walking around with their little microphones because evidently kids in a lunchroom require, 10 adults to wander around and bark orders at them. How can they eat when they have a bunch of adults walking around barking orders? And let me tell you something. Those adults who are walking around barking orders at the children who have 3 seconds to eat, their cardboard with melted cheese on top, they're trained. Because I got to tell you what I did one time when I was on a lunch date with one of my grandchildren. When Grammy's going for lunch dates, then a lot of the kids in the class like to smoosh together and talk to Grammys, right? And when Grammys are sitting at the table, then Grammys are usually spending their time opening up the little Dorito packets, right? Or the Cheetos packets or whatever, the little lunch packets or the little cups or the little drinks or helping them get their straw in the little thingamajiggers. That is if they're not going for the hot lunch to get the cardboard with the melted cheese on top. So the children also have kind of like slimy fingers, right? Because they're eating their Cheetos and stuff or whatever, their little cups of whatever. And let's be real. When you pack a lunch for your babies, you're putting in something nutritious, right? But you're also putting in a little pudding cup or you're putting in the little treats. I am a witness, an eyewitness to what children actually eat from their lunches that they bring from home. They skip the nutritious part. Because remember, they have 3 seconds to eat. And they're getting barked at by a bunch of adults who are wandering around, okay? So one little child said to me, Grammy, because if you're there as, Grammy having I almost said play date, a lunch date with one of your grandbabies, then that's what they call you. And they handed me like a slimy bag of something. I think it was a little bag of Doritos, one of the little miniature bags. I couldn't open it because it was already slippery, okay? So I said, okay, everybody, this is me with my brilliance, let me tell you. Didn't even think of it. I said, okay, everybody, cover your ears. What do you think happened? I'm just seeing if any of you are listening. And I can tell you're not. Hi, Jacqueline. Jacqueline says, finally, first live, listening to you. Love listening to you. I read that wrong the first time. So I'm telling you that whole story and you guys aren't even listening. I love it. You guys are so cute. I am so irrelevant. I think this is, Paula, this is your chat. I'm just here talking to myself. Yes, Carol. Carol is listening. Yay. That's why she sits in the front row. Ray says you ate them. That's a good answer, Ray. No, Carol's right. I popped the bag. I leaned in and I said, cover your ears, everybody. And then I went poof like that. And it made a very loud kaboom. One of those lunchroom, it was a guy. I was going to say lunchroom ladies, but it was a guy. He was literally over me, like over me. I was seated, okay? I was leaning forward. Kaboom. That guy was over me. He wasn't touching me, but he was like a nano inch above me. And he saw the bag of Doritos. And he even said, because he had a little microphone, they all have little microphones, and he said, it's a bag of Doritos to the other ones. He was on me. So my advice to you, if you're on a lunch date with one of your grandbabies, is don't pop open the Doritos bag. Yes, exactly. Yes, the dangerous Doritos and the dangerous Grammy, right? If you guys are Grammys, you should go to your grandbaby's schools and have lunch dates. And then, if you're lucky, then they invite you to join them in the classroom, whether it's like the music teacher or the actual classroom teacher or whatever. Then they'll say, oh, yes, you can join us. That's the most fun, is when you get to spend the whole afternoon there. And I'll tell you, back in the day when they could have recess, that was so important. And there should be more Grammys and Grampies there having lunch dates, and then they head out for recess outside. Taking away recess is right up there with the whole gender confusion. What on earth are we doing to our children, taking away their recess? And think about it. Think about how it was in the 1980s, where they were trying to stick so many boys on Ritalin, right? That was like the epidemic all of a sudden. Can you imagine? Seriously, can you imagine going without recess? It must be just so stifling. And it'd be different if they had some freedom going on inside the building, but they don't. They march in single file. Why? Yes, Ray, I think you're right. There would be a new policy. I bet it'd be like a federal rule or something to make sure that grannies refrain from popping packets. Yes, they do. We should start a petition. We should change the world for the better and start a worldwide petition to give our babies recess again. Depriving children of that. And why? Why is it so? I don't get it. Why deprive them? Are they supposed to be so afraid? Are people that afraid? Are the school administrators that afraid? And if so, they better bring out the Grammy and Grampy patrols and arm each and every child with a can of Dinty Moore beef stew and let the target practicing begin. Ms. Badskirt says that many teachers discipline by having the students do their homework at recess. So they're suffering already without having recess, and then they're supposed to just work right on through. Aren't there child labor laws being violated there? Star Mama says, I did, but now they're too big. They don't want me there. Aw, I love it, though. Isn't that cute? But I took them a good lunch. They would eat. I ate the same thing. Yep. Lunch dates rock. Okay, so how do we do a petition? Does anyone know? Who should we address the petition to? Uh-oh. Say hi to hubby. We should have put your hubby on the Bob's Babes. That'll make him embrace your hobby better. And how did they decide to do it? Who did they ask? Did they ask parents? Did they ask grandparents? Did they ask children? Did they ask pediatricians? Who did they ask? So they get the inside stale air, because you know how the windows are now, right? You know, they used to open windows. You think they're opening windows now? I don't think so. So they get to see the drab floors, the drab walls, the little cubbies that are getting smaller and smaller every year. And let's be real, they get to stare at their tablets. They can stare at their tablets at home. And don't even get me started about the bus ride. With all the kabillions of money that they spend on schools, don't you think they could have schools located strategically so kids could actually walk? Nope. Evidently, they're safer on a bus. Ms. Badskirt says, Mensa, so many kids with poor posture, literally sliding down their seats onto the floor because they have no muscle strength. Well, you know what? Taking away the recess is not going to help at all to raise healthy babies. Carol says, he's successful, my son. I hated that school. We put him in Catholic school. They didn't think he needed Ritalin, not giving him speed at 8 years old. The school gets more money if they are on meds. You want to know what my problem was with that epidemic in the 80s? Like, what I thought would be obvious for everybody to agree with me that it was ridiculous is that this is how it worked. A fourth grade teacher, first year, told me all sorts of things about what she learned at the best school in our state for teaching teachers. Okay? They learned to watch out for the boys, especially because evidently boys were known to have ADHD. What? And why is it that boys didn't have ADHD before the 1980s, right? If they thought that Junior had ADHD, this is a teacher, and this particular teacher was in her 20s. I don't think she was married yet. She wasn't married yet. She wasn't a mom yet. So she was trained to watch out for the boys because they might have ADHD. And if she thought one of them might have ADHD, then she filled out a one-page form, and the parents were then required to schedule an appointment with a pediatrician and to take that one-page form filled out by the teacher to the appointment with the pediatrician, and then the pediatrician would put the kid on Ritalin. So let's be real. That means that first-year teachers who were trained to watch out for the boys were basically diagnosing ADHD. I think it's terrible. I think we have to do something. What can we do? The only thing I can think of doing is a petition. Maybe I could do a video and link it to some. How do you do it, though? How do you do a petition? Maybe I could do it on change.org. What is the Connors report, Carol? I think it's cute that when we're talking about serious social issues concerning children that we only have 25 people in chat. I think the scumbag attackers are like, oh man, it's too heady for me. What is the Connors report? Maybe that's what we should do, is do a petition on change.org. Let's see here. We can start with the United States and plead. For those of you not in the United States, have your children also been deprived of their right to fresh air and moving their bodies during the day? Is this a worldwide thing? Oh, I want to change the banner. I forgot I was going to alternate my banners. Let's click on change.org and see how we can get a petition going. Change.org. It's circling. The world's platform for change. Victories every day. Okie dokie. Let's see here. Start a petition. Here we go. It's circling. Okay, here's how change.org's petitions work. Create your petition. Build support. Change the world. Yeah, we can do that. Got it. I'm ready to create my petition. Click. Okie dokie. Economic justice, racial justice, animals, women's rights. We'll see more tabs. Environment, family, criminal justice, entertainment, education, food, immigration, other. Why don't they have children's rights? Ugh. We'll click on other. Will it allow us to say children's rights? Nope. It just says other. I can't believe it. They don't have a tab for children's rights. Oh, wait, there's more. Local, health, politics, human rights. We could call it human rights. They have women's rights, but not children's rights. Isn't that special? Should we go under human rights or education? If we should go under human rights, type 1. If we should go under education, type 2. This is your petition. Human rights for children. Okay, I'll go under human rights. Start a petition. I'm definitely not going to put it under other. That is rude. Human rights. Okay. Human rights, continue. Write your petition title. Human. How about children need recess? And then I'll put human rights for children, please sign. Or it could say bring back recess for children. Okay, how do we word the title, you guys? Oops, where are we? Oops, wrong place. There you are. How do we bring back, should I say bring back recess? It is mandated by the state here in Rhode Island. What is mandated, Miss Badskirt? Recess or no recess? Star Mama says, who do we send it to? The Supreme Court? I'm sorry, or Congress? Others are getting too old to make decisions. How about we send it to the Education Secretary? Recess is mandated? Good. New law last year, 30 minutes of recess a day. Excellent. So Rhode Island knows what they're doing. Okay, what do we title it? Recess is necessary for something's screaming outside. Mandatory recess for school children. Continue. Who has the power to make this change? Choose the recipient of your petition. The United States Education Secretary and the National Education, what's that? What is it, NEA or something? What's the National Education, what's it called? Is it NEA? NEA? Sandy says physical and mental well-being. Exactly. Is it the National Education Association, I think? I'm not sure. U.S. Education Secretary. Oops. We're going to start over here. United States Education Secretary and the National Education Association. I think it's what it's called, but I'm not sure. It says not found. Create National Education Association as your new petition recipient. It must not be what they're called. Do you guys know what they're called? Let's see here. Google. National Education Association. Like the teachers union, you know? Yeah, it is. It's NEA, National Education Association. Must be they've never been petitioned before by the looks of it. Okie dokie. Continue. Explain the problem you want to solve. Okie dokie. Let's explain the problem. We'll put it in bold and italics. Okay. Children need fresh air and exercise during their school days. Recess matters to the health and well-being of our nation's children. Therefore, we, the undersigned, respectfully request that recess becomes mandatory for all children of all ages with a minimum of, we'll say 60 minutes. 60 minutes per day being allocated for free time for the children to run and play. Upload photo. What kind of photo should I upload? Oh, there's another one, AFT. Okay. NAEYC. Oh my goodness. See you later, MJ. Sandy says right now the air quality is so poor that people have to stay inside. Really? The schools could easily have recess in the gyms. Yes, they need to be able to move and have time where they're not walking in single file. Okay, I think what I'll do is Google image for school children. Google image. Images, Google. Okay, I'll just put school children. School children. Let's see here. I'm looking for a picture of kids playing outside. So far, I see just one photo of the kids playing outside. Just one. This is so sad. Okay, which one? There's one of the kids walking single file in the hallway. This is a hard decision. Let's see here. Should I pick a photo with them wearing a mask or no? There are a lot of them with them wearing masks and social distancing. This is so sad. What on earth is this world coming to? Yeah, I'll take this picture. So let's see here. Save image. School children. Save. And then start a petition. Upload photo. Oh, great. How do I find it now? Download? Yep. Good guess, Mensa. Good guess. Save and preview. What? Sign up. Already have an account? Log in. I don't think I have an account. Or okay, sign up. Enter a first name. Enter a last name. Enter an email address. Enter a password. Sign up. Email address has already been used. Oh, I do have one then. Okay. Then save and preview. Sign in with Google, I guess. I don't know. Sign in with Google? I shouldn't be trying to do this. I'm not that good at this crap. Okay. Choose an account. One moment, please, as it buffers. Sign up with Google. What the heck? Oh, I have 2 accounts, really? Let's see what this one says. I'll go with this one. Continue. Okay, children need fresh air and exercise during their school days. Recess matters to the health and well-being of our nation's children. Therefore, we, the undersigned, respectfully request that recess becomes mandatory for all children of all ages with a minimum of 60 minutes per day being allocated for free time for the children to run and play. Okay. Almost done. Preview your petition and make sure everything looks good. Let's make sure we don't have any misspelled words here. That would be really embarrassing. Continue. Almost done. Here's how to change out. Org works. Share your petition. Blah, blah, blah. Promote your petition. Get the ball rolling. Got it. Publish my petition. Okay, guys. We have a petition on change.org. to make recess mandatory for all children of all ages. And as soon as it stops doing the circle thingy, congratulations, you've published your petition. Take me to the next step. Let's see here. Now let's get your first 5 signatures. What? Oh, wait, I want to copy the link. Wait. Copy the link. Copy. Okay, let's see if this works. Uh-oh, what just happened to this? Weird. Yes, Miss Bad Skirt, I just saw it. I just blocked it. And now I don't see it anymore. Do you guys see it still or no? That was weird, wasn't it? Okay, let's see here. Paste. Oh, wait, that's not the link. I just hit copy. School children. Wait, where is it? Manage petition. Take that off. I want to copy this link. Oh, I can edit my link. Edit your link to make it easier. Change.org. Let's call it, what was the title of it again? Mandatory recess for school children. It won't let me do it. It's not letting me customize my link. Ha ha ha. Edit your link. Mandatory recess. Oh, okay. Or how about hashtag recess matters? Or how about hashtag protecting our children? Or children matter, children first. Hashtag children first. Or hashtag recess for children. Recess matters. Okay, I just put the title in. Create link. Mandatory recess. Did I spell it right? Is that an I? For school children. Yes, create my link. Your custom link has been created. Woohoo! Okie dokie. Copy link. Copy. Find StreamYard. You couldn't see anyone else? Yeah, really, Sandy. When I saw the hieroglyphics. Paste. Okay, guys, here it is. Ta-da! There's the link. And now I'm going to go to banners and create a banner to scroll across the bottom, paste, Okay, now show this one. There it is. Mandatory recess for school children. Woo! Oh, yeah. I did it. I put it up in the banner. I'm really glad that Rhode Island made it mandatory. That's good to know. Yeah, that was weird, wasn't it? That was very strange. Very strange. Sorry about that. I was lost on change.org. I should try to add the AFT one, Miss Bad Skirt. I'll see if I can add that. I like this. Miss Bad Skirt says, help. That's cute. Yeah, if they were trying to freak us out, I guess it worked. All right, Sandy signed it. Woohoo! Exactly, Star Mama. They never stop. And look at there are just 25 of us here, so we're really boring them silly with our talk about how important recess is, right? They could care less, or actually couldn't care less. So do you feel powerful, guys? We're making a change. We're working for changing the world for the better. Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm sorry. I'm sitting here talking the whole time and I had it muted. Sorry about that. I'm over on the petition page trying to figure it out. Okay, where's that link? Change.org, mandatory recess for school children. Okay. I can't find the petition. Okay, change.org / mandatory recess for school children. Here it is. Yes. Okay, guys, we only have 3 signatures so far. I think one of them might be me. Let's see here. I don't know how, but I think I signed it. Okay, I'll stop playing with the change.org thing. Good, you found it? Good. Good. That's hilarious. You guys, I was talking the whole time. I came back on this part and I saw, are you okay? I'm like, what do you mean, am I okay? I'm sitting here talking to you the whole time. Star Mama says, where did everyone go? I think scumbag attackers don't care about recess for school children. So if they ever get on our nerves, we should just start talking about recess for school children. That'll be our key words, right? Those will be our key words. If they're getting on our nerves, we can just say, I think school children need recess. You know what I was thinking about doing tonight when I started the live chat? I was thinking about explaining what I've been seeing happening with all their fighting about the whole drama thing. You know, they're doing exactly what they've done for 3 years, all of them. Did you guys hear Robbie today? Did you hear him when he's like, you're a liar? Like, really, Robbie? I don't think so. I just looked at your email, Miss Bad Skirt. That's cute. Well, here's the thing. I really actually like Natasha as far as her personality and her Southern Belle accent and her facial expressions and her funny way. And one thing I like about her is you don't have to agree with her at all, and she will still pay attention to her chat and make sure that people aren't acting like assholes. I know it. It was weird. When I came back and I saw all those comments, I'm like, oh, brother, what's going on? So I really like the fact that even though Natasha and I aren't buddies or anything, that she doesn't let people pound on me in her chat. But today, the way it was handled was wrong. I think if a channel creator is going to be reprimanding in the chat, they should read the comments before they reprimand. And, you know, it's like, stop bringing it up. Stop talking about it. Really? Well, he sat up there calling me a liar and lying, telling people that I made a 20-minute video bashing him. If you guys were around, he said this was right away, you know, back right away with the whole Chris Watts case. If you guys were around, then you know, I didn't even know how to make a video. I was doing PowerPoint slides. I highly doubt I was doing a 20-minute video against him. And he goes on and on. Oh, every time she keeps doing this repeatedly. Blah, blah, blah. She wants to know. She wants an apology. Well, okay, so yeah, let Robbie sit up there and have his little hissy fit, right? Let him call me a liar. Let him call me a liar. Let him lie, claiming that I did that, you know, poor Robbie, I bashed him. Bullshit. Go ahead. And then when I say, I think it was, I don't know how many minutes later, but it was later on, I said that she was talking about whatever the channel is that's focusing on her and how they were saying that she's a bully. And then I commented and I said that I can see how they think that. Not like, in my opinion, Natasha isn't a bully, but she hangs out with people who are, right? So then, of course, Hissy Fitter went ape shit again, right? And then I'm getting reprimanded for bringing it up again. Are you kidding me? Really? Come on. And here's the thing. Robbie half-assed apologized, I don't know, probably 6 months ago. Oh, I don't remember that. Oh, well, if I did, well, yeah, I don't remember. Sorry, that's not an apology. That's not an apology. So for him to be up on a panel talking about bullying, really? Yeah. And you know what? Even that was okay. Whatever. Roll with the flow. Whatever. And I said, Robbie, will you email me after the chat? Yes, I will, Miss Mensa. So everyone in the chat heard him say, yes, I will email you, Miss Mensa. And he hasn't emailed me. Because you know what? I would like to say to him, Robbie, don't go calling me a liar. I'm not a liar. If I was a liar, I think probably this whole Christopher Watts case discussion group would be a whole lot easier for me to handle, right? I'm not a liar. I say my honest opinions. And it's just like I'm saying my honest opinion right now. If Robbie isn't sorry, then he shouldn't be doing a half-assed 6 months ago. He shouldn't be lying about me now, and he shouldn't be sitting up there calling me a liar. Period. Or how does she say it? Point blank, period. Right? And even then, with confusion and whatever, let's just be totally generous with, okay, maybe, you know, what is it the Queen said? Memories differ, or our recollections differ. Even with all of that, email me. Talk to me about it. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Mm-mm. Sandy says, I'm sorry, I just can't watch them anymore. It's so negative for the most part. I agree. I was watching the other one, though, and I don't know her name. I'm sorry. And there is something that I didn't care for, and I thought Natasha handled it very well. Somebody hopped up on her panel and started mocking another channel creator. And I put the comment in the chat that I think that channel creator is actually very pretty. And Natasha right away said that she thinks she's pretty too, and she did not feel comfortable with mocking her. So I thought that was good. I thought that was really good. I went into the live chat then of the people who evidently Natasha's going back and forth with, and I actually thought that was an interesting live chat. And when they were talking about the one channel creator being mocked, I put it right in the comment thread that it wasn't Natasha knocking her. In fact, Natasha said that she thought she was pretty. Okay. So I thought that was good. But then Banana jumped up on the panel and I could not stand listening to the bullshit. Couldn't stand it. I can listen to a lot of bullshit, but I could not stand listening to her bullshit. So, and anyway, I had company coming. I agree, Star Mama. I agree. He had a little temper tantrum going on. He had a little bit of a temper tantrum going on. And I like his revisionist history, too. That was pretty interesting. Oh, your channel got taken down. That's why the video isn't up anymore. Really, Robbie? Mm-hmm. Sure. Sure, Robbie. Exactly, Star Mama. And that's what I've said before. I think Natasha is surrounding herself with scumbag attackers, and it doesn't make sense, right? Because she doesn't seem to be a scumbag attacker herself. And the other channel, too, there are a couple of scumbag attackers on that, too. I don't mean the channel creator or anything. I mean people that they're allowing up on the panel to claim that they're doing so much for the family. Tell me one thing the Banana did for the family. One thing. Anything? And they say it over and over again how she should pursue a career in law. Really? I don't think so. And I said in both chats that it's all the chaos and confusion that's been going on since day one. Everyone is supposed to be fighting with everybody so that nobody is discussing the actual case. I thought it was weird, too, in one of the chats where the Banana started talking as if the whole Shazam thing wasn't really any big deal. I thought that was interesting. We're sitting here discussing how concerned we are after watching those videos that poor little Bella was being mistreated and even medically abused. And we're the bad guys? And she's making videos absolutely mocking not only Christopher Watt's wife, but also little Bella. And that's okay, I guess. No problemo. Again, it's the revisionist history. Well, I have a pretty good memory. And I'm here to tell you the Banana and the KK cookie, they didn't just appear all of a sudden when, according to KK, Christopher Watt's sister contacted her and said, hey, let's do it. They didn't just appear suddenly. I don't know if there's one team or two teams or 4 teams or 8 teams. I don't know how many teams exactly, but there are teams actively working on making noise and making money. I do agree with that she doesn't attack or bully, that she basically is defending herself. One of the things that the other chat was saying was that she was threatening to call CPS on Monday morning. Well, I listened to her quote unquote threat. She was calling CPS to get some sort of verification that she wasn't the one who called CPS, because evidently the other channel creator is accusing her of calling CPS. So it isn't like she's calling CPS. She's simply saying she's going to call CPS in order to try to get some sort of whatever, which she won't be able to get because you can't prove a negative. But that was her reasoning behind saying she was going to call CPS. She wasn't calling CPS to report anybody. She was simply calling because she's being falsely accused of doing something to harm others that she hasn't done. Well, it's interesting for me to take a quick peek at these different channels, because I'm still having a tough time finding channels that are actually discussing the case. All right, Christy. Christy signed the petition. Star Mama says, if you put everything aside, I asked a doctor if a child should ever have Tylenol and Benadryl every night, and she said absolutely not. It causes liver and kidney issues. A big red flag. Christy says, I unsubbed from NC over the sound of her voice and the same old gossip and stuff. Christy said, I actually unsubbed from about 15 of them yesterday. Good for you. Your life just improved. Ms. Badskirt says, rehashing things constantly is not enjoyable or interesting. Well, I'd like to hear them talk about the case. I'd like to hear them discuss the case. But I think that's what the whole kit and caboodle has been about from day one. Do not discuss the case, make noise, make people afraid even to discuss the case. Christy said, did you happen to watch Mia yesterday? Something bad went down and I have no idea what. Maybe it was NC. I wonder what happened. Mia was in one of the chats. I can't remember which one. I think NC's. Let's see what happened on Mia's. Here's YouTube. Let's search for Mia. I'll put Mia Chris Watts. She had one 18 hours ago. And she's usually on every day, I think. So I wonder what happened. She's another one. I think she has a good channel, but I think she is part of a team, and I think they're telling her what to do. She's one who will all of a sudden land on something that I think, yes, Mia. But then right away her phone's ringing or she's getting texts or whatever. And then all of a sudden she'll say, oh, okay, let's close the live chat. I think she starts off actually running her own live chat, but then I think they're ready to handle her. I think Mia should just go off on her own. I think Natasha should just go off on her own. I think Cher should go off on her own. Those are the only three I can think of. I think Robbie should apologize. But then again, I don't think Robbie's sorry. So I guess when I consider that, then he shouldn't apologize, right? He should just get up on a panel and call me a liar. That works. I have my salad sitting here and I haven't dug into it yet. I'm going to mute for a second while I stir my salad up. Which one can't you stomach, Miss Bad Skirt? Star Mama says a lot of them don't like Mia's opinions on the case, so they give her a hard time. I think they're controlling her. She had a meltdown one time, and she was, I think it was, I can't remember. I think it might have been when the guacamole was going strong, attacking people and getting applauded for attacking people. And I think it was the guacamole. And she was like, I have to do all these hours or something like that. She was all upset because she had to put in so many hours. Oh, my dog's right here. He heard me open the salad. What? Christy, I think Mia does care about the children. I do. But she, I think, has handlers. I really do. Think about it. When she first started out, why did she need wrenches? You know a channel creator by their wrenches, let me tell you. Why, when somebody's just starting out, are they all of a sudden hooked up with a bunch of wrenches? Seriously. You know, the wrenches are putting in their hours, right? Maybe some of them are just volunteers, but I bet you some of them are recruited to keep an eye on the channel creator. Here you go, baby. The salad's going to be a crunchy one. I'll have to be muting a lot. I think Mia should forget all of her wrenches, tell everyone to kiss her butt, and she should just run her channel by herself. And when they start texting her and telling her stuff, she should just ignore her phone. She should run her own channel. She would have a really big following if she just ran it on her own. Exactly. They think they can trust them if they have them wrenched. Not true. Exactly. When I go into a live chat, if the wrenches are giving me a hard time, but the channel creator's halfway decent, what's that tell you? They're there to handle them is what that is. They're there to handle them. I heard another channel saying that they're going to be going after AD for his book. How can they go after him for his book? He has a right to write a book. Star Mama's eating pea pods. Yum. Ms. Badskirt grabbed a handful of nuts because she's starving. And then the dogs woke up. The rustling of the plastic bag sends them running. When I open the fridge, my dog knows instinctively if I'm getting cheese out. He loves cheese. Okay, I'm going to mute for a second and take a big mouthful of salad. This was really good. So do you guys think that AD is one of the scumbag attackers? Do you think when people are talking bad about AD that they're really just making noise together? Do you like it when I talk with my mouth full? I think AD is one of the scumbag attackers. And I think when they're attacking him, that they're actually not attacking him, that they're just trying to have content. I love Miss Badskirt. Manja, manja. Yep, I'm good at that. Especially when it's this late at night and I haven't had my salad yet. I know, I haven't either. I can't stand them. They blocked me anyway. I'm sorry, but if you're a channel creator and you're too afraid of what I might say in a comment thread, then you're a scumbag attacker. I love it, Miss Badskirt. It isn't very often that somebody says manja. I don't remember ever hearing Christopher Watt's wife say that in any of her Italian, I said it wrong, in any of her Italian videos. Yes, Miss Badskirt, food equals love. Oh, something else I wanted to say about the whole drama thing. One of the things that they were talking about today when Robbie was up there, calling me a liar, scumbag, he was saying, show your face about the people who were going to battle with Natasha. That's what the scumbag attackers were doing, literally, seriously, in September and October of 2018. Show your face, show your face. Yeah, he doesn't remember. Sure, Robbie. I agree, Star Mama, and I don't even think she cooked. I think she had those little cups that you can get at Costco, and I think she opened up cans of pudding. I bet you she wouldn't have even known what the word manja means. Face it, you guys, she called her little recipe book that was in a 3-ring binder the directions. Exactly. She was no cook. Where were all the videos of all the big, meals, right? What was it Christopher Watts said? I think it was usually pizza and noodles. Cindy Watts told me that she had something on her license plate like Italian princess or something like that. Are you kidding me? Ridiculous. Okay, so name a channel, and I'll say yes or no whether or not I think they're a scumbag attacker. Let's go ahead and call them out. Do you mean Mia, Christy? Because I think her wrenches, she had one, I think it was a Dave guy or something, who was pretty nasty in the chats. Okay, CW, The Reckoning. The KK one, scumbag attacker. Mommy Ramblings, scumbag attacker. Just Larry? I'm not sure. He was that guy who used to be a politician when he was young. I would say scumbag attacker because of the fact that he debuted on the AD channel. Who has 9,000? KK? You know they can buy subs, right? I've only watched Just Larry a couple times. The True channels, I don't get the whole True channels. You mean all those little micro ones that put up videos from time to time? Surviving the Storm, scumbag attacker. The salad is really good. Can you tell? Am I smacking my lips? Voices Behind the Wall. She's attacked me a couple of times, and she takes part in attacks against me, but for the most part, she leaves me alone. I think she's another one, just like Mia and Natasha, who I think they should just go off on their own and have a decent, honest channel. I don't think that Voices Behind the Wall is a part of any huge team, but I think she doesn't mind aligning herself with the scumbag attackers. Save Robbie, scumbag attacker. Christy has mixed feelings about AD. I don't. Scumbag attacker. Well, I actually worry about her in that relationship. She has mannerisms. And you know, he's got a little bit of a temper. If you watch, he misreads stuff, doesn't understand stuff, and then he gets pissy about it. He had a short temper twice in one little video. And both times she just looks down, she just looks timid. Natasha Cooper, I don't think she's a scumbag attacker, but I think she's surrounded by scumbag attackers. Christy says, didn't you say you think AD is the controlled opposition? Yes, I do. I think all their fake hatred for him is fake, fake, fake. It's how they get their content. I don't know Unmurdered at all. Is it Unmurdered CDT or is it Unmurdered and CDT? I don't know though. I don't know either one or that one. Amber Alert, scumbag attacker. Oops, I'm sitting here talking with my mic muted again. Get a good night's sleep, hope for peace. Star Mama says, what about Bam? I think she's been done really dirty by some of them. I think Bam is actually interesting to listen to. However, people who are on her channel, a lot of them have done some very nasty things. But I think she has a really good way with words, and she has a really good way with her. I don't know, if I'm cooking dinner or something, I don't mind clicking on one of hers if she's doing a live, because she's always interesting to listen to. She's a lot like Natasha. You know, Natasha says stuff, that whole Southern Belle thing. Bam has some really interesting phrases that she uses that, I don't know. I just, maybe that's it. Maybe I really like the way she talks. But I've seen names in her channel, in her comment thread, that have done some pretty interesting things. She's really interesting to listen to, Miss Badskirt. She's very interesting. Same here. If I'm making dinner, if I'm going to be in the kitchen for a while, then I like to turn on a good Bam video. She talks right into the microphone too. You can hear her. And she doesn't hesitate. She's just like, rah, 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 you know? She can spit out the lines. Let me tell you, can she ever? I can't even think of what she says. It's just so interesting to listen to her talk, because she'll say things. She's basically very aggressive, and if someone tries to give her some crap, she has said some things about the guacamole that it's interesting to listen to her. But then I'm not sure. I don't know. Because if she's going to entertain Dorothy, to me, I think Dorothy and guacamole are the same ilk. They're of the same ilk. But yeah, she's very interesting to listen to. Whether you agree with her or not about anything, she's a very good speaker. She swears a lot, but not terrible. She'll say some things that sometimes you just laugh out loud the way she says it. There, I just posted the link to Bam's last video. She can come across very strong. She's very aggressive, but she has just a really she's just amazing with how she can string words together. But again, you don't have to agree with her, right? On everything. Ms. Badskirt can't believe she's still awake. True Tam is an interesting one. I don't believe she's friends with Cindy Watts. And I think she should just do videos where she does like exercise videos for old women. Because she has like a good energy for cheering people up and playing music and dancing. I think she should stop trying to do true crime and just do dance videos. I like about Bam is she is not monetized, and that's good. Daniel Bishop, that's an interesting one. He spent a lot of time attacking me, and he attacked really bad, very bad. And he is one person out of a handful of people who actually apologized and felt bad about what he had done, and he removed all of his offensive bullshit. He actually admitted what he did. And in case Robbie's listening, Robbie might want to, take a hint from Daniel Bishop. Daniel Bishop actually admitted what he did. He delivered a heartfelt apology, and he removed his offensive crap. Ms. Badsker says that True Tam sounds familiar. She's the one who dances in her garage. Okay, this salad was really good. I think I'm a slow eater, aren't I? My dog just looked at me kind of like, really? Because I didn't leave him very much at all. The Daniel Bishop one is interesting because he does have connections to AD. So that kind of makes me wonder. But I think he's much more genuine now than he was like 3 years ago. Ms. Batskirt caught her mother giving the dogs the rest of her dinner today. Go, Mom. I have one rule with my dog. He cannot have food during the meal. He can only have food after the meal. Because when people give him food during the meal, then he gets all hyper, like waiting for the next bite or to see whether or not he's getting food. So I made a rule only after the meal. That way he doesn't spend the entire meal freaking out whether or not he's going to get a bite. And he's so cute, when he looks at you like, is it my turn? That's funny. Oh, a little bit won't hurt him. Kind of like my mother-in-law giving the babies mashed potatoes and gravy when they were infants. Oh, a little bit won't hurt them. I don't know how many of you were around 3 years ago, but it was really rough. Like back in the day when Daniel Bishop was part of the Scumbag Attacker Pack, he actually showed his gun in one of his videos. He had so many videos, hate, 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 right? And he showed his gun and he was saying how his son was afraid of Miss Mensa. Like, yeah, okay. Yeah, sure he was. Christy says Unmurdered is the Liar scriptwriter, Heather Blair, that started with AD. Interesting. Okay. Pretty much if they started with AD, I don't trust them. Stacy wants to know if this will be deleted. I don't know. Jackie, do you remember that? Do you remember the gun thing? Him sitting there cocking his gun, remember? My son woke up and he was afraid. He's afraid of Miss Mensa. But in fairness to Daniel Bishop, he actually admitted what he did was wrong. He also explained that the people telling him to attack me told him that I wasn't a real person. Don't worry about it. She isn't a real person. What's that tell you? Jackie says the unmurdered was writing back and forth with Chris. Yes, Christy, Bam is feisty for sure. Jackie says Astral Pilot. Is he the one who talks about Martians? I think he's the one who kind of sucks up to the families, right? Miss Badskirt says that they're all mouth and no brains. Christy says, I think she's very intelligent and hates AD. You can tell she's very intelligent by the way she talks. Astral Pilot, I don't think he is a Lone Ranger at all. I think he's been part of whatever gang mob mentality, whatever. When you see a channel creator trying to suck up, you have to wonder. I know it. Her language is very colorful. And I don't agree with her half the time. I don't listen to her that often either, but the last couple of videos probably about the last 3 or 4, I actually commented and she told me I'm not welcome there. That was like 3 or 4 videos ago. She's like, nope. She loves her subs, that's for sure. I don't know if you saw that, Star Mama, but she referenced Dorothy, kind of made it sound like with what I pulled with Dorothy or something like what? And then I remembered Dorothy went over there. What's wrong? The dog needs something. You want to go outside? Oh, want to go outside? Oh, okay. Let's go outside. Oh, ouch. Don't jump on me. Don't jump on me. Here, you can go out this door. Go ahead. I'm not going out. I'll let you back in when you want to come back in. Don't get eaten up by the bear. That would be bad. I think he wants me to go outside with him, but I'm not going to. Christy said Astral Pilot is a tripper. What's a tripper? Oh, Megan? Yeah, I think she's one of them for sure. For sure. Because if she honestly doesn't believe it happened, then why is she discussing the case if the case didn't happen? Why is she a wrench for scumbag attackers? Why is it the scumbag attackers never attack her? And why does she always try to talk in code? I think there may be elements of a PSYOP, but I think the elements of the PSYOP are post-tragedy, if there are any. Well, she actually kind of whispers too. She has a very quiet way about her. I tried on D Live, but it was terrible. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't see anything. I don't like D Live. Yes, Star Mama. Mia lands on some really good points. But then her handlers jump right at her and tell her what to say. You want to see an experiment? Let's see if she's live right now. Because if she's live and if I comment, she'll close down the chat within 5 minutes. You watch. Oh, I'm going to let the dog in. I'm going to mute it for a second. Christy says, yeah, I think she's very kind to MM and has a good heart. I don't know about the Cindy Watts friendship. Are you talking about Trutan? Funny how there's 29 in chat. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, they don't like talking about how kids need to have recess. I think we bored them. We should start off every chat talking about how kids need recess. Then we can actually have a conversation without them. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Private Pirate, I totally forgot about that. She hit her dog. I totally forgot. Good memory. She smacked her dog. It was during the time frame where she was complaining about all the long hours she had to work. She was angry. I think she was angry because I think it was Guacamole who was getting all the attention. Or no, maybe it was KK. I think it was KK who was getting all the attention. And she was like, I have to put in all these hours. Christy said, Mia's dog and cat drive me crazy when she's online. They yap and whine and she just talks over them, does my head in, and sometimes I have to switch off. Private Pirate says, I'd never forget it if someone abuses a dog. I'll never watch her. I'm so amazed that I totally forgot it. Star Mama says she takes a lot of meds for her brain injury, and I think that's why she did that, but no excuse for her actions. Her second last live went for 11 hours? No way. Well, let's do an experiment. Let's see here. I'll see if she's live. If she's live, if I go in and chat, if I make a couple comments in the chat, then all of a sudden her phone will go off and then she'll close down her chat. It happens every time. Nope, she isn't live. Wow, here's the 11-hour one. Actually, 11 hours and 52 minutes, so it's almost 12 hours. Wow. Titled, Proof Chris Watts Had Help. Really? as the garage door opens and someone walks out. Woof. Interesting. I can't believe I forgot that she smacked her dog. Ugh. Star Mama says, I can't spell. My power keeps going off. Christy says, Paula, is that what's wrong with her? Brain injury? Didn't know that, but I knew something was not right. Jackie says, yeah, do it. LOL. Lots of love. Yeah, she isn't live. Remind me next time and we'll try it, because pretty much every time I go in there, if I comment, then either her wrenches jump on me right away, and then she'll say, okay, everyone be respectful in chat. And then within literally just a few minutes, she'll be like, okay, let's call it. Star Mama says she was a nurse and was in a bad car wreck. Ooh, that's terrible. Summer Breeze says she passed out once and I thought she was dead and I almost called the police. Really? I know her head kind of goes down, like she's falling asleep. Private Pirate says, oops, it disappeared. Off topic but related. Did you hear a town in Australia? What? They didn't want volunteers to travel to care for them. Wow. Christy says it makes sense why Mia knows all the medical terminology. Interesting. Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it, that when we're talking about kids needing recess, that we have just a handful of people talking. Proving once again that this is the channel that cares about kids. I just checked. We have 4 signatures now. Boy, we're going to get kids recess again. Christy says he's a weirdo, Daniel Bishop. He might be a weirdo, but I'll tell you something. He did apologize. He did explain a few things, and he did remove all of the offensive crap. Much better than somebody like that Amber Time chick who's like, I don't know what the problem is, while she leaves crap online. Christy says, yep, he has aliens in his garden. Is that the Astro Pilot guy? Yes, Private Pirate. Children need to look at human faces. Exactly. So you guys want to run a little experiment with me? Let's start talking about whether or not Christopher Watts was an abused husband, and we'll watch the numbers climb. Yes, Star Mama. I let the dog in. Christy says, surely Astro Pilot wouldn't get influenced. I couldn't imagine that, MM. He's very much an independent thinker. Yeah, he's a suck up. Yeah, when I let the dog in, Paula, I'm always making sure it isn't a raccoon. I just know one of these days when I open the door, there's going to be a raccoon that waltzes right in the door. I just know it. So, in my opinion, Christopher Watts was a battered male. Let's see if we get any new people watching. In my opinion, Bella and Cece Watts were victims of medical abuse. In my opinion, Christopher Watts' wife didn't make any money at all. In fact, in my opinion, she was on disability. In my opinion, however she did manage to get that house in her name, probably, in my opinion, wasn't legitimate. In my opinion, she was her own best customer. In my opinion, she didn't have any illnesses or diseases at all. In my opinion, the people who are behind the attacks against anybody who's actually having an actual discussion on the case of Christopher Watts evidently wants certain secrets to be kept hidden. Christy says, I will tell you why Megan J follows this case. Why? To make money off of her channel? Star Mama says, I agree, MM. He was an abused husband with a sick woman, and he loved his kids and was going to leave her and not for NK. I agree. I think that upcoming court hearing was the deal breaker for that wedded bliss. You know, before I got those phone calls from people claiming, or I should say insisting, that there was an open CPS case, nothing about this case made sense. Nothing. But when I started receiving that information, it's like, yep, everything fits. Why was she in Indiana for over a month, saying that she was at the hospital on a daily basis? You know, that's right out there in left field, right? Until you receive information from people insisting that there was an open CPS case. Why did she stop posting anything on the pregnancy blog that she created when she was pregnant with Bella? All of a sudden at 32 weeks, she stopped posting anything at all. What happened at 32 weeks? Did she have to be institutionalized for a while? Jackie, I don't know anything about it. Interesting. If this is nothing more than a social experiment, somebody owes Miss Mensa a huge paycheck. Hi, Bella. Christy, why does Megan J follow this case? I would say there are many of us in this chat right now who deserve a big paycheck. If this is nothing more than a social experiment, that's for sure. Each and every one of us who had our employers harassed by the scumbag attackers, each and every one of us who our families were harassed by the scumbag attackers. Exactly. He was looking for a 2-bedroom apartment with a playground and a car. So he was not planning on killing them exactly. Summer Breeze says, what's with one of AD's mods had to see a psychiatrist after she left and was suicidal? All that over YouTube? I don't know. Maybe his subs went on attack mode or something. Maybe she feels totally guilty for what she took part in. I don't know. I don't have hate for him. I don't have hate for anybody. But I think he's a scumbag attacker. For sure. I think he's part of the package. They have to have their scapegoat, right? What content do they have if they don't have somebody to whine about? And I'm sorry, but what's all this talk about suing him? Suing him for what? Jackie says, that's what the kid said to the CBI agent, that Chris admitted to him that NK killed the kids. Interesting. Christy said, yes, I heard that, Summer Breeze. 80s old mods that pay to be mods. What fools. Star Mama says, Summer, yes, country cowgirl. She was having a breakdown. He called her 30 times in a day, she said sometimes. He wanted her to get subs to join Patreon. Just say no if you're not comfortable with doing that. Christy says, seriously, MM? There you go. Well, step back and take a look at it, right? How many channels base their content on attacking the armchair detective? And have you ever heard how the armchair detective talks about me? It's always in a demeaning fashion. And you know, his sidekick, Emma, actually invited me to be on his panel one time. And yet, every time he opens his little trap and talks about me, it's always in a derogatory manner. I think he's a wussy boy, quite frankly. Christy says, Mia gets really mad if you mention Asaya. Private Pirate says, they pay to be mods? Christy says, yep, Private, or yep, Pirate, pay to be mods. Get locked out of Patreon, buy gifts for subs. Like, really? Star Mama says, yes, she said they had to pay a fee to mod for him. What the H? Bella says, no way, this is a false flag. Right. I think they had to pay to be in Patreon in order to be in there. But I don't know how he could, because I don't know of any way to have some people pay and some people not. If there is a way, that'd be nice to know. Here's the weird thing, though. Step back. Step back and look at the 3 years, right? What is it they're trying to solve? And why is it that people keep going, the case is closed? That's what true crimers discuss. AD did the other case where the case was never closed and he was investigating or whatever. So he's shifting then into the true crime genre where he is not a true crimer. His name says it all, the armchair detective. So then they lump the actual true crimers in with that kind of crap. True crimers discuss closed cases. We analyze the behaviors leading up to the tragedy. And they keep trying to lump it all together. It isn't lumped all together. Christy ruined her day yesterday. Christy says, I spent all bloody day yesterday listening to the live chats on Watts. Bella says, I don't believe anyone involved in this case expected it to get the media attention it has. I don't think it has gotten media attention, quite frankly. I think people involved with the case have been doing everything they can to try to get it to get some attention. But people don't care about this case. They care about the case of Betty Broderick. They care about the case of Darla Routier. They care about the Rosenbaum case. This case, I think people care more about watching the attacks. Star Mama says, Christy, yes, I listened. They paid for Patreon and the membership fee that's monthly, just like the other subs, and did his research and pushed buying items in the merch section. Private Pirate says, I came in late on this convo, but everyone, all these other creators I've watched at some point, but their content is number 1, pointless, number 2, boring, number 3, drama-based, not case-based. I'll just stick with MM. Private Pirate says, except Megan J. I like her. Just ask yourself, why is she a wrench for scumbag attackers, though? You just got to wonder about that. Star Mama says, we talk about OJ and other closed cases. Yes, we do. Christy loves Megan J. too. She is easy to listen to. She's very comfortable and calm. But she's a wrench for scumbag attackers, so you have to wonder why. And if she honestly believes this case didn't happen, then why is she discussing it? Okay, so when this case first happened, or not when it first happened, but a couple weeks later, when I first heard about it, I looked at those videos and I was looking for signs that Christopher Watts was some sort of an abuser. And what I found were zero signs or symptoms or flags or whatever that Christopher Watts was ever an abuser. But on the flip side, I saw signs that he was being abused. So what did you notice? What did you notice that he was being abused? Private Pirate says that Megan has formed friendships and that they're trying to kind of suck her in. Except she started right off connected to a lot of the scumbag attackers and wrenching right away. Star Mama says, I have noticed a lot of wrenches mod for several channels. Christy says, Megan, follow this case to teach people of the signs to look for, blah, blah, blah. She wants to educate people. I like her name. Think for yourself. I like that. If she wasn't wrenching for scumbag attackers, I might trust her more. Bella said, I should have worded the attention the Watts case gets on YouTube. It definitely hasn't received the mainstream. Exactly. Yeah, on YouTube for sure. And it's organized and disgusting. Christy says, I think Megan goes around to other channels, chats to challenge people's thinking. I don't. Dave's another one. Ugh. Let me tell you. Hey, Elena. Elena says, I remember the time she said CW would do anything she said or asked for. Yes. Good example. He'll do whatever I tell him to do. And then she told him to go get something for her, and he did. That's a good example. There was another time, wasn't there, when she wouldn't allow him to take his friend to the airport until he finished cleaning the basement. Mrs. Badskirt fell asleep. OMG, I nodded off. Have to go to bed. Thank you, everyone, for a fun night. Good night, all. Thanks, MM. Good night, Miss Badskirt. Thanks for coming. Elena says it was a glass of wine. Really? Is that what she told him to go get her? A glass of wine while she was doing her ridiculous facial? Oh, but she didn't drink. Not much. I think it's really prime the way law enforcement, after seeing the BAC, went back to her friends and said, did she drink? Oh, nah, she wouldn't have drank while she was pregnant. Nah. Oh, okay. Must be from decomp then, huh? .128? Really? Does anyone believe that was from decomp? Christy says, suing AD for plagiarism. What did he plagiarize? Yes, that full-size checkerboard, whatever. That was absolutely humiliating. If a man would have treated his wife that way, everybody would be saying, he's an abuser. Yeah, this whole idea of suing AD seems really ridiculous. Oh my goodness, you guys, we just hit 3 hours. I think we're obsessed. So let's wrap it up with saying, yes, Robbie, you should be apologizing. Not only for what you pulled in 2018, but also for what you pulled today. And then all the examples of why it appears that there were warning signs that Christopher Watts may have been a battered male. You know what? If I forget it the next time, remind me, and we'll go ahead and list them all out, because there are plenty. Exactly. Exactly right. Private Pirate, what did Robbie do today? He was up on Natasha's panel and he was an asshole, in my opinion. Just my opinion, Robbie. Think about the time, too, that she was saying that both girls were in the emergency room the night before, and she couldn't remember what one of them was diagnosed with, and she said, she'll just have to get through it. In that whole video, she's standing in her Rachel Ray pose in the kitchen. Well, he's taking care of the kids, getting them drinks, making sure they have what they need. I'm sorry, but she sat on her butt all week long. I'm thinking that maybe on a day where he's not heading off to work, maybe she could be engaged in a little, I don't know, parenting. What about her death language? Deathly allergic, strangle, taking photos repeatedly of the girls sleeping with heavy blankets and pillows on their faces. And how can we forget? She gave both girls lots of Tylenol. Exactly, Elena. He even did the girls' laundry. Hey, think for yourself. Were your ears ringing? We were talking about you. You have a lot of fans in this chat. Think for yourself. Well, I keep telling them to consider, why is it that you're a wrench for scumbag attackers? Private Pirate says, yes, the death language is very disturbing. How did she say that? She's going to strangle the dog before he wakes up the girls, and she strangles, and then she stopped herself. And then she said, the dog. Private Pirate says, Megan. And Megan says, hello, MM. Would it be okay if I explain some things? Sure. Do you want to hop up? Let me do this. I'm going to click on the thingy. Copy. And paste. Enter. There you go. If you want to hop up, that'd be cool. Special guest appearance, Megan J. I should have had you hop up when I was eating my salad, Megan J. I just made everybody suffer through me chomping on lettuce. Hey, Megan J. That's good because we're all getting tired. We've been blabbing for 3 hours. But yeah, hop up. I'm going to change my banner while you hop up here. Okay, here we go. Send me all of your money. There we go. Private Pirate says Megan J and MM are the only two creators worth her time. Christy says, woohoo! Glad Megan's here. Christy says, I agree, Private Pirate. Yes, I know, Elena. I know. We already have that covered, don't we? I haven't yawned yet. We have a 3 yawn rule, so Megan J. ¿Dónde está Megan J? I'll say the only sentence I know in Spanish. Siéntate aquí, Megan J. Cerca de mí. Megan J. Yeah, we're waiting for you. Come on. Get your butt up here. There's the link again. I'll try to get the link again for the petition. Only 4 signatures so far, and I just signed it again. Sniff Sniff is saying sniff sniff. You'll just have to get your butt up here before we fall asleep, Megan J. Because I have a feeling we'll go ahead and ask a lot of questions and we'll all miss out on our beauty sleep. So come on, get up here. Tell the roosters to be quiet and go to sleep. Christy says she gets a bit tongue-tied at times, and I think she's quite shy until she gets fired up. Okay, get fired up, Megan. You guys in chat, get ready with your questions for Megan. We're all watching the door, Megan. 12:30 something, Elena. Christy says, you know what Megan does for fun? She sits on her roof and takes amazing photos of lightning. Lindsay says, well, I didn't expect to see you on this late. Hello. Elena says, thanks. Yes, Elena, I'm Eastern Standard Time. Come on, Lightning Rod. Lindsay, Megan is the channel creator. Her channel is called Think for Yourself, and she has some very interesting theories. Here she is. Woohoo! Okay, add to stream. Hey,
Hello.
Megan J.
Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I seem to be echoing though.
Okay, I'll go ahead and mute so that you can go ahead and present. Okay? Because I think that's why you echo. If my go ahead, I'm muted.
Okay, so the first thing I just wanted to address was the fact of, I guess you have an issue with me being a moderator on certain channels. I never asked to become a moderator on any channels that I moderate for. The last thing I wanted to do at the time when given a wrench was say, can you not give me a wrench? I just felt like it was rude. And I pretty much have to go into other channels to, my channel is very small still, so I have to go to other channels to even try to voice my opinion. So it's not that I am like a part of anyone or I work for anyone or I'm on some sort of team. That's not the case at all. I just try to be respectful the whole time, for the past 2.5 years, I guess. I don't know if that answers some questions, but
Okay. I don't have an issue. I was just taking part in a discussion on which channels I think were part of whatever teams and gangs. And when we talked about your channel, I said some positive things, and then I said, but my question would be, why was she a wrench for all these scumbag attackers? And I also said, and why isn't she ever attacked by any of the scumbag attackers? Not that I want you to be attacked, but it's noticeable that you have never been.
the only way I can think of why is because I've tried to be respectful as as I think I have tried to be respectful to, anybody, any channel creator, any viewers in this case. That's just the kind of person I am. But a lot of those channels that actually, I wouldn't say a lot, there's just a couple, but the channels that I did moderate for have actually recently taken my wrench away because they didn't agree with my theories and thoughts and what I have to say. I've been a lot more transparent in the last few months than I have in the last 2 years, simply because it wasn't really getting me anywhere being respectful. Of course, I always try to be respectful, but I realize that I'm obviously going to have to um, hurt some feelings, or there's going to be things that I'm going to say that people aren't going to agree with. And that's just the way it goes, I guess. But I'm not here to, or I haven't been doing this for 2.5 years to worry about hurting people's feelings anymore. I'm doing it to spread awareness and the truth about, in my opinion, in this case, is a psyop. So, but again, I have tried to be respectful for the most part. And then when I get a little bit more transparent, again, I've pretty much been banned or blocked from pretty much all the channels that I go to. I don't watch. Yeah, just recently. And again, like I said, I've had my wrench taken away from a channel creator that was mentioned earlier, who I always respected, and they always gave me a voice just until recently, and took my wrench away. And the moderators on other channels have said that if I don't say in my opinion, then I'm not allowed to have an opinion. But I don't agree with that. And they say, "Oh, well, you're a channel creator," and I said, "I don't care. I'm not here to set an example or anything. I should be allowed to have an opinion just like anybody else in the chat, whether they're a channel creator or a viewer. You know how many times I've heard people accuse Nicole Kessinger of murder, and they don't have to say, in my opinion, afterwards. So why should I have to say that this is a psyop, in my opinion? I just don't
Exactly.
agree with that.
And I've never heard anybody say, well, in my opinion, Cindy Watts is a narcissist. You know, they're ready always to jump on Cindy Watts without saying, in my opinion, right? But here's one thing I want to point out. Whether or not you have always been respectful, that has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not they attack you. They were attacking me before I was even on YouTube at all. They attacked 10 of us right off the bat who weren't
Well,
even
I think, and we've gone over this before, but in my opinion, I think that's because you are already well known from other cases and from your books. And
Right.
I think that they probably, you know, they already knew of you ahead of time. Me, they, you know, I keep to myself for the most part. I don't, not saying that you know, get into all the drama.
Well, they chose their scapegoats. They had their plan. It was already organized and planned. And it was
well, there's definitely sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but there's definitely there's plants, whether it be channel creators or viewers or moderators, there's plants for sure, and they are definitely controlling stuff that goes on in this true crime community.
Exactly. So, and if you're not connected with them, I think that they may have been spending quite a bit of time hoping to recruit you to their pack or to whatever team, because there have been, I think, at least 3 different teams identified so far. And, you know, I think they're all kind of vying for position and vying for whatever power they feel they have. I think that they may have just kind of let you go, wanting to hopefully get you to join their pack, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. But I think, and you know, in my opinion, I feel so weird when I say that now, like in my opinion.
You don't have to say that on this channel, Megan.
that
you're free to say your opinion without prefacing it with, in my opinion.
I said it in a chat the other day. I said, can we just can I just automatically get somewhere to put it like an auto, in my opinion, on the front of my or behind my sentence, so that I don't have to say it every time.
For them to attempt to put the onus on you to have to clarify to them that a discussion obviously includes your opinion, you know, that's the same thing when they were first attacking. Some of the ridiculous lines they were using repeatedly were that I state my opinions with such confidence that I was presenting it as fact because I was sounding so confident about my opinions. It's like, sorry, buddy, if you are too confused on whether or not I'm stating my opinion because I have confidence in how I present it, that's on you, not me. You know, it's like, come on.
Well, that's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem too, is that like I'm literally, I feel like I'm in the twilight zone every single day, with not just in the true crime community, but you know, all over social media, where people will literally just believe everything that they're told. And that's like why on my channel I try to stay neutral. I don't have a biased opinion on this case. I don't have I'm not emotionally attached, not because I'm like don't have a soul or because I'm a heartless person. Of course, murder is terrible, but based off of my theory and what, you know, I can see in my perspective, I don't have anything to be sad about, if that makes sense. You know, right. Of course, is murder real? Of course it is. But I feel like they are using, and especially in social media, they're using these high profile missing person and murder cases to push agendas and sway opinions, to cause fear, to they want you to be scared all the time. They want you to think that, you know, if Chris Watts can kill his family at the drop of a hat, not have any, you know, I mean, everybody in the case said, oh, he would never hurt a fly. He's an introvert. He's a great father, great husband. They want you to think that if someone like Chris Watts can do that, then your significant other and your husband or someone that you trust with your life could, at the drop of a hat, do that to you. with the Aiden
Exactly.
Fucci case. They want you to think that your 14-year-old son could even do the same thing to you or to his fellow classmate. There's certain reasons why, in my opinion, why I know you said I don't have to say that, but I don't. That's something I don't know for 100% fact. I'm
I
confident
agree
in
with
my
you.
theory on the Watts case, but as time has progressed, and I'm noticing these other high-profile cases that get so much mainstream media attention, um, I really feel, and they have a lot of the same red flags that you find in these other orchestrated events out that are in terrorist attacks and mass shootings and school shootings, although totally different, all tragic, but all highly publicized and all pushing an agenda. So I just, from what I can see, is why is it that there are certain cases that get so much mainstream media attention, and not so much, but like a ton. And it
Well,
seems like a
here's the
lot of
thing.
these cases as well are mostly on it's all on social media. Like with the
Right.
Summer
I
Wells
was just
case.
trying to say that the mainstream media does not care about the Christopher Watts case. The world does not care about the case of Christopher Watts.
No, they don't. A
It's
lot of
it's
people have
this
never even
little
heard of it.
it's this little tiny corner on YouTube. BitChute doesn't put up with any of the crap. WordPress doesn't put up with any of the crap. The other platforms don't allow any of this BS. It's only on YouTube, which tells me that whoever is behind the organized attacks against those of us they targeted is connected, strongly connected with YouTube. This is, in my opinion, a YouTube experiment on how to warp our thought processes, our ability to think for ourselves. I love the name of your channel. Our ability to step back and look at what's going on around us and evaluate for ourselves when there's something very wrong with what we're seeing. And then how many of us are brave enough to stand up to it and say, there's something wrong with this picture, right? The position that I hold, in my opinion, Christopher Watts was a battered husband. In my opinion, Bella and Cece Watts were abused children. In my opinion, Bella and Cece Watts should have been removed from that home based on the posts by Christopher Watts' wife herself on social media. I believe there was enough evidence on her own posts to have removed those children from that home long before the tragedy occurred. Okay? That is a valid opinion in many of the private discussion groups with people who have experience and training and the education to back up those opinions. So why is it that only on YouTube that opinion is attacked? Why? I think it's a YouTube experiment. I think the tragedy did
That's one of the
occur.
agendas. Yeah, I agree.
I think the tragedy did occur, but I think YouTube is like the breeding ground for how to warp your mind. And I think they're studying this case and throwing their attack animals on it to see
Well,
what
that's the whole point of the psyop. That's one of the things. I mean, why do you think that Shanann's Facebook account was left open? And yet the
exactly.
Ruseks contradict themselves and say you're not allowed to talk about our daughter and Bella and Cece and Nico. But hey, we're gonna leave Shanann's Facebook account still open to the public for the whole world to see, or whoever wants to see it. Watch her videos over and over and over again. What that does is it pulls at heartstrings majorly. I don't know how many times I've heard someone or people say, I feel like I know Shanann and the girls. I feel like she's my sister. I don't know how many times I've heard someone say they cry over this case. Still 3 years later, how much it's affected their life. And to me, I don't judge them for that, but to me, that is very, very mind-boggling. To have a case where you don't even know, and this might sound terrible, but I mean, really, two families that you've never
Exactly.
even met. Is it sad? Of course it is. But to let it affect your life personally is in 3 years later is crazy to me.
Well, and
But
have you noticed that the majority of the supporters are from out of the country?
yeah, that is a little strange too. I don't, yeah, a lot of
Well,
in the
what
UK
was
and
it in 20,
Australia and
what was it in 2012? The I can't remember the name of it. Where it's
The
okay.
Smith-Mudd,
What?
the Smith-Mudd Modernization Act.
Where it's okay to do the propaganda thing outside of the
Yeah,
country?
right. Yeah, I
Yes.
talk about that on the channel a lot. The Smith-Mudd Modernization Act of 2012. I'd say that 5 times fast.
I think it's
Yeah, what
very
it did.
interesting
Yeah,
that
it
the other countries are jumping on with all their love and support, and they name their dogs after Christopher Watt's wife. It's like, what? Why would you name your dog after Christopher Watt's wife? And how on earth is that? It makes no sense.
yeah, it's crazy. And there was someone in the chat that said who was it? Sorry. Oh, Bella said that she doesn't believe that this case was highly publicized, and I have to disagree with that. You have so many documentaries that are made about it. It was broadcasted all over the news at the beginning. The only reason why it's not highly publicized anymore, especially with Netflix too, mind you, the reason why it's not highly publicized or doesn't seem that way is because once the mainstream media, they all work for the same the same people. They're all run by the same people. They answer to the same people. The mainstream media's job is to literally push that narrative out to as many people as possible and as quickly as possible. And once that's done, they don't cover it anymore. As you can see, even with the 35C bullcrap and everything else, and all this new information that comes out, and mind you, the only uh, you know websites or uh, I guess mainstream. I don't know if they're the Daily Mail's mainstream media, but it's a lot of tabloid. You have OK Magazine, the Daily Mail, which is not reputable. It's very tabloid. If Chris was really going to get a 35C, and I don't mean to get off track, but if he was really going to get a 35C, do you really think that don't you think that the mainstream media would have been on that in a second covering that? We haven't seen anything from the mainstream media in a very, very long time.
Well, and the whole idea that they're even discussing a 35C is laughable.
It is.
They should be
It really
talking about an appeal if they're going to be talking about an appeal. A 35C is a limited post sentencing relief. They should be talking an appeal. Why do you think that his family, when they were offered a lawyer within 24 hours, went ahead and ran with the KK channel?
Yeah, it's strange. But the problem
That
is
would fit,
with
that would fit your theory. If the tragedy did occur, but everything post tragedy is a psyop, that would certainly fit the theory. If an actual lawyer offered to help file an appeal pro bono, no charge, then why within 24 hours, according to KK, Christopher Watt's sister contacted her and said that they needed to evidently take off running with that channel? And they said no to the lawyer.
Well, because they're in on it. I know that sounds very conspiratorial, and I know that you've had conversations with Cindy Watt, so I don't mean any disrespect, but I don't care. Honestly, I don't care how many people tell me that they talk to the family. It proves nothing to me. It means nothing to me. I'm basing what I've learned over the years from following these, I don't want to get your channel in trouble. These FF and orchestrated events, and I'm there's the proof is in the pattern. So when I see the same inconsistencies and the same red flags over and over and over again, because they don't, for the most part, they don't switch it up because it's working, and they're not going to.
Right.
And
They
just
don't
because
have to.
there's one red flag, it doesn't mean that it is necessarily one. But once you start to see another one and another one and another one, that's when you need to really not you personally, but anybody needs to take a step back and really look at it from a different perspective and start, as cheesy as it sounds, really start thinking for yourself and asking questions. It's like just recently it boggles my mind, and I might say that a lot tonight, not tonight because I won't be on here long, but it just boggles my mind that so many of these channel creators and people in chat will say, well, I don't trust anything that law enforcement says, but yet they will sit there and continue to say that they base their facts on the discovery. It doesn't make any sense. It's like It
They
really
don't realize
doesn't. And,
that's law enforcement.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all. But I mean, it doesn't, because if they're literally saying, I base all of my information, on the discovery. I'm getting my facts from the discovery, yet they will turn around a minute later and say that there's so many inconsistencies and discrepancies in that discovery, or that
Right.
the Nate's footage is fake and it's staged, which I've been saying for 2.5 years. But so if they've staged one thing,
Right.
then what else could they have possibly lied out? What else could be staged? Could the footage of Shanann coming home be fake? But it's just they're
I think
totally
it's
like
definitely fake.
contradicting themselves.
I think it's definitely fake because her BAC was 0.128, and I'm sorry, that whole decomp excuse just doesn't fly with me.
And why wasn't that footage released with the discovery in the first place, along with some other, pictures of selfies of Nicole Kessinger, who has nothing to do with the case? But if it does, why weren't those released? Why did it take a specific creator to file a CORA request to get not only more pictures that weren't released with the discovery in the first place, but they were also not downgraded and poor quality? They were actually very clear. So why was everything in this case downgraded? The pictures, the video, the audio, all downgraded.
You're familiar with chain of custody for evidence, right? Why wasn't that video seized in its entirety instead of receiving just a clip from the neighbor? Why, when the neighbor contacted the police and said that he had more footage, didn't they return to pick it up? Why was there just one neighbor who was producing any video? What about the other neighbors? Surely there are other neighbors with cameras, right? What about the businesses nearby?
So.
Yeah,
but not when they want to cherry. No, those are great questions, but not when they cherry pick what they want us to see. They cherry pick what pushes the narrative, and they will show us enough because they don't have to provide all that evidence. They don't have to give us Nicole Kessinger's text messages. Even if they did or didn't receive them, they don't have to provide that information to convince the majority of people that the event actually happened. And again, like you said earlier, it seems to all mostly be on social media. And the problem with you have several factors with that is you have your channels that I think there are a few left, I hope, that truly do want justice, who are delving into that discovery, with a fine-tooth comb, trying to find anything they can to solve this case, which they're wasting their time. It's never going to happen.
Tell me this, Megan, would you be open to the possibility that the tragedy occurred, but that everything post-tragedy is staged?
No, I've never changed my theory. I'm convinced. I'm 100%. There's no, put it this way. There's nothing that proves to me beyond a reasonable doubt that anybody lost their lives. And I'll tell you why I have other reasons as to why I came to that conclusion. Not just because I didn't see autopsy photos, not because I didn't see them actually in the coffins or whatever. Yeah, there's a huge lack of evidence in this case, but again, they don't have to release all that to convince the majority of people that it happened. So another reason why I've come to that conclusion real quick is based off of the family's behavior, and specifically the Ruseks. I just don't see the not that there's, people act differently all the time when they deal with death differently. I understand that some people will cry, some people don't cry at all. However, I can and we've talked about this before, a while ago, is once Frank Rusek stood up there in front of that house and gave that news,
Megan,
little speech he did.
Megan, on this channel, we just use initials.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that.
No, that's okay. And just let me interject something really quick. Having spoken with Cindy, she's either a terrific actress or she actually believes the tragedy occurred, because she has cried and cried and cried. And
that's possible.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
She seems genuine, she seems authentic, and she seems heartbroken. So if it
And
didn't
that's,
happen,
I mean, it
I
could be
think she
possible,
believes
but
it did.
like I said, I'm basing it based off mainly the R's behavior, because I can clearly see, in my opinion, they are pushing an agenda. They are contradicting themselves back and forth. Talk about the case, don't talk about the case. They literally insert themselves into, like I said, when he stood in front of the Watts home because he felt it necessary to to fly all the way out there to do that, and pointed fingers at these big social media platforms, and say that they're not doing anything about this harassment, even though there's no evidence of it. There's no proof
Right.
that they have received death threats, and pointed his fingers at these big social media platforms. When I see that, I see something called the Hegelian dialectic, and I talk about it all the time on my channel. They are pushing an agenda, and you don't leave your daughter's Facebook account open for the whole world to see and expect people not to talk about the case. That was their
Right.
decision to leave it open. You don't broadcast the funeral live on Facebook for the entire world to see, or whoever wants to see it. You don't go on
Right.
Dr. Phil and publicize the deaths and then turn around and say you're not allowed to talk about the case, or that you're only allowed to talk about facts, or you're in a case that clearly has very a lot of discrepancies and red flags, clearly.
At the
And
1 year anniversary, we were told that they were being harassed at that end of the driveway speech. And one sad reporter said, "You flew all the way here for this?" And he said, "Yes." And then the reporter also said, asked for clarification on what the harassment was. And he explained that people were sending them evidently screenshots of things that they saw on social media. I don't know who would be harassing them unless it was their friends who, were sending them their screenshots, because that is not harassment to be having a discussion on social media about any true crime case. That is not
exactly,
harassment. But
that's
if
what
you have
they're
friends,
trying to say. They're trying to say that
right,
talking about a highly publicized case is harassment to the victims and the victim's family, and it's simply not. But that's the agenda that they're pushing. They are trying to, in my
to
opinion,
limit
take
free
away
speech.
free speech. And
Exactly.
that was a great question by that reporter, and she goes, why did you feel it necessary? And he says, oh, I'm sorry, I have well, never mind. I was gonna say
Well,
I don't have any sympathy for the Ruseks, but I really don't, because again, I see what they're doing, and when I see an agenda being pushed, and I know it's going to affect myself as well as many others, I'm not going to sit back and let them contradict themselves, and pull the victim card and say that, oh well, we're victims, so we don't have to be called out on any of our bullshit. And sorry if I said the whole name again. I'll try not to do that.
well, and I don't
But
know if you remember, but the next January, then lawyers appeared on some show, and they explained that if you have an opinion other than what we're being spoon fed, if your opinion differs from that, then you're a conspiracy theorist.
and we might have to bring the law into it. Yeah, I remember that by his
It's
lawyer.
like, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I can have an opinion look at all the different opinions on the case of O.J. Simpson. Look at all the opinions on the case of Darla Routier. For decades, those opinions have been discussed, and nobody has been accused of being a conspiracy theorist because they have a different opinion on a case other than what is, in the headlines.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to show people, is that that's the agenda being pushed, one of them, by orchestrating an event like this. And whether or not someone agrees with my theory, or can see it for what it really is, I'm simply trying as well to, because it doesn't matter how much evidence they show, sometimes it will, or proof, some people will never ever be able to see these orchestrated events for what they really are. But if
Well, what I've
anything,
seen
I really really want people to, as cheesy as it sounds, to think for themselves, because I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. People are believing everything this David person is saying, that was supposedly an inmate with Chris, and then they're saying, oh well, we believe him, but he's getting his information from Christopher Watts, or I'm sorry, am I allowed to say his name? CW,
Yeah, that's fine.
who's supposed to be who is obviously a pathological liar, but they that's all they want to hear. Well, what is what is this inmate that was or Chris's cellmate, what does he have to say? Because that's going to solve the case. It just boggles my mind, and I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone every single day when
You
I
are in
see
the
how many
Twilight
people
Zone
literally
because
do not, they just believe they'll go into their favorite channel creator, and just because they're convincing or they have all the right things to say, or they're telling them what they want to hear, like that NK is going to be investigated, or that the case is still going to be open. That's what people want to hear. They don't want to hear what I have to say. They don't want to hear what you have to say, because it's making, you're asking relevant questions about,
well, I'm saying loud. I'm saying right out loud, why were Bella and Cece not removed from the home? You have a mother on a videotape that she posted online for the world to see, saying that she gave the girls lots of Tylenol. That would be enough for CPS to be knocking at the door. There's no dose known to motherhood as lots of Tylenol that is a proper dose. Lots of Tylenol means she's doping her kids. So, I mean, these are obvious, glaringly obvious, very disturbing details of this case, and we're the only channel discussing them.
And yeah, and I mean, what do they expect? Like I said, when they leave Shanann's Facebook account, I'm sorry, SW, I can't help it. On my channel, I say their names. I don't care, because it's a highly publicized case, and we're allowed to talk about it, and we're allowed to say their names. The Rusaks can't. I'm sorry, the R's can't say that they're not allowed to. Do you have a bleep person? Bleep. They can't say, they can't tell us that we're not allowed to mention their names or talk about it. I mean, that's ridiculous. But
well, I do agree with you. I do think that YouTube is part of some sort of an agenda of trying to limit our ability to discuss anything. Not just true crime cases, but anything.
They want to get rid of, it's not just in true crime. It's the censorship is all over the place on YouTube and Facebook and these other. I mean, that's the main reason why I went to DLive, is because they're not as censored. But even there now, they are cracking down on certain things that you can't show or talk about.
I have a weird question for you. There's a new case, and I'm not going to say the name of it. We won't say the name of the case, but there's a new case where there's a child that's missing. And I've noticed that the same scumbag attackers are jumping on that case. I don't know. Have you noticed how it seems like they're all kind of picking up their toys and going to a different sandbox?
Yeah, I have. But that's, I believe that is also, look, I don't want people to think that I think that everything is
well, that's why I don't want to say the name of the case, but I agree with you, because I think it's pretty lame to think that a father of a missing child is going to hop on social media and talk for hours. There's just no way.
That's one of the red flags that I've noticed is all of the, like, and then what I mentioned earlier with the R's is they contradict themselves over and over again, and nobody calls them out on it. Like you said, when FR said that they're receiving these text messages of what people are saying on social media, then why would you literally turn around and insert yourself onto social media, and not only that, but engage in the true crime community, where that's all we do is talk about the death of the family?
Well, let me tell you,
so hypocritical.
At the time of that driveway speech, I had removed all of my videos. I had moved on to other cases, and I was not discussing this case at all for at least a couple of months. The day of that driveway speech, I received the first, again, because I had received death threats before. The death threats started within minutes of that driveway speech. Minutes. The comment threads were chock full of doxing me, doxing my children. It all started again. And I hadn't even been discussing the case for 2 months, and I had removed everything on this case. That driveway speech stirred the pot and got the attention going, because people don't care about this case. They don't. I have 64 titles up on Kindle and Amazon on true crime cases. The case of Christopher Watts is the lowest on the totem pole for interest, for public interest. Those are not the books people are buying. People are buying Betty Broderick. People are buying
That's why,
Darlie.
yeah, that's why it seems so. It's all seems to be centered around social media, and you have what I was saying earlier. You have the channel creators who are the left that do seem to truly want justice for the victims. Then you have the ones who know that this case brings in views, and
Yep.
right when you think that this case is going to die down, sure as
And then
shit,
Netflix.
some
Yeah, then
new
all of a
breaking
sudden-
information comes out, right?
Right.
That never comes from, nothing ever comes from it.
I was getting all sorts of people contacting me telling me that the Netflix producers were visiting from London in North Carolina, and they were bringing gifts and going to fancy restaurants and all sorts of stuff. And I'm like, no way. Because for like 3 months, all we heard was stop talking about the case, stop talking about the case. So I had all these people contacting me saying, hey, Mensa, you might be interested to know that Netflix was in town again, you know? And I'm like, really? Sure enough, what was it, like the end of October or something? Netflix comes out with this docudrama, and all of a sudden, everyone's talking about the case of Christopher Watts again. Well, if you truly don't want people talking about the case, then why on earth would you be going to dinner with Netflix?
Exactly. And you, and right at that time, you didn't hear the R's were stayed off of social media because they knew that they contradicted themselves. But again, the problem with this case is that you just have, there's so many different like groups or people. Again, you have the ones that truly want justice. You have the ones that, you know, or like yourself, that notice inconsistencies with SW and just certain things that, as far as that aspect goes. But then you have the ones that are your controlled oppositions, like your bigger channels that seem to get all of the breaking news where nothing ever comes from it, or gets the Quora request that everybody requested but they didn't, they got denied, or the friend interviews like LA, I don't know if I can, one of SW's friends, and the ones that seem to be putting out a lot of disinformation but with a little bit of facts to really stir people in the opposite direction of the truth about this case. But not only that, but to keep people interested in it because they know that it brings in money. So they're going to milk this case for everything that it has or that they can get out of it.
And I think also they want to keep it chaotic and confusing for everybody. So that's part of, I think, the study or the research or whatever, is to see what level of confusion is necessary in order to steer their thought process.
They'll use it. They'll see what pulls at heartstrings. They'll know, you know, what pisses people off. They're monitoring all the time. Everything that you say on social media is being documented. So it's crazy when I hear people talk about their personal life. I mean, that's their decision if they want to do that. I do not talk about my dirty laundry or anything like that, or on Facebook or anything. Like it's always, they're always documenting it. And there's a video that I put out. I don't know if you heard it or watched it, but it's about this guy that higher up at a oil company, not Anadarko, but he's literally at this convention talking about how they have this software to literally mine data from people on social media in order to sway opinions from stakeholders and mineral rights owners to, again, you know, sway opinions of anti-frackers. So whether Joe Schmo is his brother is an anti-fracker and they know that he's got opinions about that, and Joe Schmo is a shareholder or a mineral rights owner, they're going to find all the information they can, and the next time they see those two maybe at the next convention or something, they're going to say, hey, you like the Denver Broncos, don't you? And then they'll try to do to whether, doesn't matter what it is, right? What their dog's name is, what they like for dinner. I mean, it's frightening.
I think it's no small detail either to see that those of us who they initially targeted were all Trump supporters. And the attack started obviously before the last election. That I think it's interesting. In my case, I was named in this well, I don't even want to say it now, but each state had one person named something during the campaign. I actually believe that probably all of us were targeted. And I don't mean about the case of Christopher Watts, but I mean across the board, as part of what you're saying about the data mining that's going on and about the activity on social media. I think if you belong to any kind of a discussion group on, I think it was over into the election also, they knew damn well who the Trump supporters were.
Yeah, I'm not in any groups. Like I said, I really do keep to myself. And
well, I'll go ahead and say it. They had a contest that if you were the top, if you made the most campaign calls, then you got to have lunch seated next to Dr. Ben Carson. And I'm a huge fan of Dr. Ben Carson. So I went ahead and jumped in, and I was named the #1 Trump talker for the state. Okay. So each state had a #1 Trump talker for the first election, for his first run. I think that has been a part of it, because a lot of the people involved with these attacks are absolutely liberal, like major liberal. I'm talking way liberal. And it's like the conservatives, a lot of the people, those of us who have been standing firm and for our right to discuss this case without being attacked, a lot of us are conservatives. And and at the same time, I voted for President Obama twice. So it's not like I'm some kind of Trump. I just wanted to be able to go to that luncheon and meet Dr. Ben Carson, right? It's not like I'm...
So did you get to go?
Yep. I got to sit right next to him. Oh my gosh,
cool.
Is he ever interesting? He's so interesting.
I don't think I'm familiar with him. I'll have to look him up. What is it? Ben Carson?
Yeah, Dr. Ben Carson. He's really highly respected. He's a doctor, actually, obviously. I mean, a medical doctor. And he's just very interesting. He ran for the office himself, and then I think they had like 16 candidates or something. And when he dropped out, then he threw his support behind Trump. So he was out on the campaign trail in support of Trump. But I think there's that component too, because the people attacking us are not Trump supporters. When they doxed my home, they doxed the Google, or I think it was Google Earth or whatever, photo showed a Trump sign in the yard. And they made a big deal out of it. They just really made a big deal out of it. I felt at first like part of it was they were attacking me because of the whole Trump thing more. But I don't know.
I mean, it's anything with politics it's going to bring in crazy people.
And again, it's YouTube. It's YouTube. On any other platform, it isn't how it works. But so let me clarify this. Having spoken with Cindy Watts, I do believe that Cindy Watts believes that her son is in prison and that her grandchildren are dead.
I do believe very well possible. I don't
I'm
know.
Not sure.
Again, I can only base it off of.
If I was going to subscribe to your theory, I would say that I'm not so convinced that Ronnie and Jamie are of the same belief as Cindy. I think
that could be very well possible, and I have thought of that actually. That has crossed my mind before, but because that was even getting too conspiratorial even for me, just because I'm like, well, that would mean literally keeping, say CW, but then they might think I'm talking about Chris, but Cindy out of the loop. But I don't know. But again, that doesn't. It could be a possibility, but I'm focused on, like, people will say, well, if that's the case, where is SW? Where's the girls? To me, that's not relevant. If I knew that, then I wouldn't be sitting here trying to convince people. I'd be like, okay, here they are.
Cindy told me that all of a sudden a knock came on the door, and it was her son's defense team who had flown all the way from Colorado to North Carolina to tell Cindy that she had to stay off social media. And she also told me that both Ronnie and Jamie knew that they were coming, but never told her.
That's interesting.
That's alarming to me. And then the other thing that's alarming is when the actual licensed lawyer in the state of Colorado with experience with murder, with an appellate lawyer, okay, with experience, because not just any lawyer can take his case. When they actually offered pro bono to help him within 24 hours, according to KK, like I said before, according to KK, and I believe it absolutely, Jamie called or contacted KK and told her to start with her channel. And they said no to the lawyer. So, and okay, Cindy went away for that weekend, the whole Denver weekend that Ronnie was going with a couple of the weirdos. Cindy went away for that weekend. How do we even know if Cindy even knows that Ronnie went? If I were to subscribe to your theory, Megan, I would, because I've spoken with Cindy at length and I've heard her heartbreak, okay, I would have to believe that if this didn't happen, that Cindy is not aware that it didn't happen. But anybody else in the mix?
That could be, like I said, that could, I wouldn't, anything is possible. Yeah. But again, and Shalana said in the chat that I don't mean that it's not relevant. Again, I care about people's feelings, but I'm saying it's not relevant to my theory as far as, what the family members are saying. I'm basing my theory and off evidence that I've noticed, or I feel like I feel like I'm the only one, as far as I know, that is, at least people are asking questions over and over again. Why didn't they investigate? Why didn't they investigate? Or, why did they do such a poor investigation? Why didn't they properly investigate NK? Why this? Why that? Why did they close the crime scene? Why did he confess after only like 4 hours? Why didn't he ask for a lawyer? On and on and on and on. And I am, as far as I know, I'm the only one that's seems to be giving an answer as to why nothing is adding up. And again, I don't have tunnel vision like a lot of people do, and I don't think you do either. So I think that's why you are able to, or biased opinion. I don't think that,
same here. I'm open.
There's a lot of people, and it's crazy to me in true crime that they let these cases affect them so much, but then they'll sit there, and I don't mean any disrespect, but they'll sit there and try to be sleuths and solve these cases. But when you have a biased opinion, it's going to be very difficult to see something for what it really is, or you're going to miss a lot of facts. And you're, it doesn't matter if the narrative tells us that NA is a hero. If there's discrepancies in her interviews or anything that she says, I'm going to question it. If there's anything that NK says, I'm going to question it. If there's anything that the Watts, the Ruseks, I don't care, I'm going to question it. And especially if they're contradicting themselves.
Well, and here's the part I think is very interesting, is that NA didn't know how old Christopher Watts' wife was. She had no idea how old she was.
Yeah.
If you're her friend, how do you not know how old she is? And how can you not even guess?
Yeah, exactly. It's not even, and that's, again, that's something that's going to be, that is not really enough like proof to say like whatever, but it's the fact of the matter that I could understand if she was like stressed and she was worried about her friend and she didn't know her birth date. I'll let that slide. But the fact that she didn't even know how old she was, and on top of that, she didn't even know if she was in her late 20s or her early 30s. That to me is very bizarre.
She said, and I think I'm pretty much spot on. She said, I don't know, in her 20s or 30s? In her 20s. Yeah, she's in her 20s. When she looked like she was 40. Like I would never guess her in her 20s.
Yeah, I mean, and you have the narrative says that they're good friends. They've got over 100 pictures. There's just a what do you call it? A collage of their pictures, to in her memory, SW's memory, and the girls, over 100 pictures just in that collage. All the trips that they went on, all the times that she babysat, supposedly, that she's got a password to her house to get into her house. Her son babysat. And you don't know if your best friend is in her 20s or 30s. That to me is bizarre.
Exactly. And she also,
I don't care how stressed you are.
She also claimed she didn't know Cindy Watts' name. She claimed in her police interview, I'm not sure what her name is. Really? Your best buddy and you don't know her. And why wasn't Shanann at her wedding? Why did she
Yeah,
get married in the 6 weeks that Shanann was gone? And
because
yeah,
she's
you plan your
living her
wedding, but
real life.
if you're best buddies, you're going to be there for your best buddy's wedding. You're going to be the maid of honor. Personally, I think NA was a caregiver. I think she was a hired caregiver. That's my
Well, I
opinion.
don't know why she's saying in all her videos on social media every 6 months. I was told that she puts out, which is weird. 666. Just
There you
saying.
go. Yeah.
That she and again, I'm not trying to talk bad, but is sick or not sick. If I see inconsistent, I mean, it's terrible if someone's actually is going through that. Of course it is, but I don't let emotions affect me, and especially in these cases where I see red flags. I'm not saying everything's fake or murder's not real. Trust me, I've had those people that comment and say, "What are you saying? That murder's not real?" No, that'd be ridiculous. I'm only questioning the ones that don't add up and have all the red flags in them.
Well,
And people should be doing
think
the
about
same thing.
this.
They should be asking.
Try to think about this. If Christopher Watts was a battered male, his behavior would fit. His behavior would fit. If he were a female, society would already know how to deal with what would have happened. So if he was a battered male, which I think when you have a wife saying you can't take your friend to the airport until you finish cleaning the basement, if a husband said that to a wife, right? If a husband took the wife's paycheck and didn't pay the bills, I mean, the total control she had financially, right? The list is long. That if we reverse the roles and it was the wife being treated the way Christopher Watts was treated, then society would be saying, oh my gosh, domestic violence. Oh. But because he's male, we're supposed to dehumanize him to the point of monster and evil and not attribute any human characteristics to him. He's just a monster while his wife is a saint.
Right.
And that is
Well, yeah,
not
they're
what
definitely trying to demonize the white male in this case for sure. Again, like I said earlier,
exactly.
they want you to think that even the wonderful, loving Chris, or husband like
Yeah.
Chris can again just up in one day murder his family. But also, I feel, and I've mentioned this on my channel, and I see what you're saying. I see, and I know that people have noticed that about how whether you want to believe it or not, or you want to admit it, SW was, I almost said it. She was kind of bossy. She kind of
Well,
bossed him around.
they call her bossy, but if she was a man, they would be saying an absolute abuser, an evil abuser.
Right.
But because
Yeah.
she's a female, well, she's just kind of bossy.
Well, it's
And then
also because she's a victim.
they'll
So
say
you're
that
not allowed to.
he was just a wimp, right? But if a
Right.
woman's getting abused like that, then it'd be like, oh, the poor dear was being abused. Well, he's just a wimp because he's a man. This is absolutely disgusting to me how the gender has clouded everybody's thinking in this. And again, if nobody wanted us to see the evidence of the abuses that were going on, I'm sorry, but if you walk into your baby's room and the baby's face is covered with a heavy blanket, do you grab your camera or do you tear that blanket off of the baby's face? How many photos does she have to post of those babies with their faces covered while they're sleeping before people, logical, intelligent, people with the freedom to think, actually say, wow, it's like she was staging smothering them or something. And then they end up
You,
smothered?
you just hit the nail on the head. I was just gonna bring that up because I brought this up on my channel before. I feel like a lot of those videos that she put out were done on purpose. They wanted people to catch that. These people, without trying to get too conspiratorial, these people that orchestrate these events, they love their symbolism. They love their forerunner. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's the
they're
right term.
foretelling. They're
Their
foretelling. Isn't that part
foretelling,
of
their
yeah.
exactly the smothering. It's their predictive programming. They love it, and they also wanted people to notice You know, you have the video where she
commercial.
did nothing but talk up CW. He's a great husband. Oh my God, I couldn't ask for something better. How many times have we seen that video being played over and over and over again? They really wanted to build him up so that when they saw this narrative, they would hate him.
Exactly right.
Their core.
There's another thing too. She loved the word strangle. She just loved that word, right? She spoke the death language. And
yeah, and she said that he was gonna strangle her or something, or strangle Dieter. I don't know. Yeah,
he's gonna kill her.
That's my conspiratorial side coming out, and I think that a lot of those videos were put out on purpose as part of the psychological bullshit of it. Exactly. But that's, again, my opinion. Exactly. And then they knew that people were going to notice this, and they also were going to, because they, again, the SWs, oh my God, I sound like a snake. SW's Facebook was left open for a reason.
Here's something else,
so that
Megan.
People would go and watch her videos over and over and over again. And not only that, but real quick, it was a huge publicity stunt by Lavelle. Their sales skyrocketed off of after the event. If you think about it, I don't know how many people were following her before the event.
Well, that's what I wanted to say.
Millions of people watched those videos, and regardless if it was associated with a murder case or not, people are still going to be curious, and subliminally they're going to want to go and say, hey, what is Lavelle? Did it have something to do with it? Or maybe I want to try it, because she said over and over again in her videos, I cleaned the house twice today. I took the girls to school. I bathed them twice, la da da da. But we don't know what happens when the camera turns off. She could crash in a heartbeat. But millions of people watch those videos talking about how she didn't have to take medication anymore because Thrive helped her. It helped her get pregnant. So subliminally, people are going to go on a trend. And it was a huge, huge publicity stunt by Lavelle. And how many times did we hear it mentioned? Even NK mentioned it. Regardless if she was talking bad about it, people are still subconsciously going to be interested in it and want to go check it out.
Here's the thing, though. If you look closely at her Facebook stuff, most of her stuff had 1 or 2 likes, 3 likes, maybe 4 likes. That was it. She was not the rising star that they're feeding us the garbage about. She would have had more than 3 or 4 likes. And she liked her own crap too, by the way. So if she had 2 likes, one of those likes was probably her. Okay? And I'm talking after the tragedy, when a lot of these supposedly thousands of people were interested in this case. Personally, I think there are probably fewer than 300 people who give a rat's ass. I think there are probably fewer than 300 people who actually even know about this case. I think they're using, some of them, 50 or 100 fake profiles, and they're running around with their praying hands and their strings of hearts, and they're pretending that they care, and they're posting smack after smack after smack as part of the organized attacks, as part of the organized, the agenda to try to see what it takes to warp somebody's thought process.
Oh, I agree. It's definitely a social experiment. And again, that's one of the agendas, and there'll be multiple agendas and follow the money. So
I think
benefiting greatly off this case, that's
I think you and I both deserve a hefty paycheck for the last 3 years. I'll tell you that right now.
And my channel's not monetized for 2.5 years now. So that's not what I'm here for. And to clarify why I speak in code.
From whoever's organizing this BS.
Oh, yeah. Well,
we're obviously helping them with their ridiculous research. So
the best thing to do is everybody should stop talking about this case, but it would never happen. So,
well, I actually think that most people have stopped talking about the case. And again, I don't think there are very many people at all. They want you to think that it's worldwide. They want you to think it's millions of people.
It's not. It was 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. But now it's simply all contained in social media.
Exactly. And it's specific to YouTube primarily. Yes, it bleeds out into other platforms from time to time, but primarily, I think the dirty crap that's happening is happening on YouTube.
Yeah, mainly.
If you look at the people who started off attacking me when I didn't even have a YouTube channel and I didn't even have an opinion on the case, they're the same people 3 years later who are still deeply entrenched in the attacks. deeply entrenched. So,
That's crazy.
what's that tell you? I mean, are they contracted out? Are they part of whatever, I don't know. Do they work for YouTube? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think anybody deserves that, or nobody deserves that, actually. And to answer your question earlier, I don't know why I don't get attacked like you do. But it's I just want to clarify that it's not because I am one of them. But I just until recently, like I said earlier, I have not been as transparent as I probably should have been. You're very blunt. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah,
so
exactly.
that could be why. And I do.
Well, they were
And I know you said
attacking me
that the
before I was
respectable
home,
thing
though.
doesn't have anything to do with it, but I think it really does.
Well,
And I
they were
don't.
attacking me before I was even here, though. So they didn't know yet that I wasn't going to be pussyfooting around. But I think
I don't know. I can't explain that. I don't
personally,
know that.
Megan, I think they were hoping to be able to control you and to have you be part of one of their teams, I think is what it was. One thing I noticed that they try to do when they try to get people to be in their little, pack is they try to somehow dirty the hands of whoever it is they're trying to recruit. And then it seems, they get someone to do something bad. I'm thinking of one person in particular who explained this to me at length, how it happened with her. She took part in some nasty attacks. And then when she had about 3 or 4 months of it and she just couldn't take it anymore, and she wanted to separate herself from all the BS, they absolutely refused to let her leave. Like they attacked her without mercy. And they actually pushed for her to commit suicide. They really tried and tried to get her to kill herself. And she actually attempted suicide. That's how bad, because they were not going to let her go. They were afraid that she would tell what she knew, and she did. And she's actually even offered to testify. I mean, she knows a lot. And she, I think with you, I think they figured, and you do have a very calm personality. You're very kind of laid back, right? I think that they probably figured we want to be able to control her somehow, and they're maybe learning in the last few months that they aren't able to.
Yeah, it backfired on them because, like I said, I've been banned and blocked from, and had my metaphorical wrench or whatever imaginary wrench taken away from those channels. So I mean, and that's fine. I didn't even want them in the first place. I really didn't, because I felt like I couldn't voice my opinion like I should have been able to with a stupid wrench. But even in the channels that I don't have a wrench, I still try to be respectful. And the minute that I started being more transparent and voicing my opinion, people didn't like that, and I got blocked, and I was the bad person. So apparently
Right.
I'm a terrible
Right.
person for not saying in my opinion afterwards, or you know but like I said earlier, I'm not here to worry about, unfortunately, people's feelings anymore. I'm here, especially when I know that there's an agenda being pushed. I'm not going to
Yep.
just sit back and let people get away with that, victim
Well,
or no victim. Sorry.
if I were to subscribe to your theory, Megan, that nobody was killed, I would say that probably Cindy Watts doesn't know it. And I would also want to say this: the acting post tragedy, the acting that we saw with the interviews and with all the statements to the police and everything, the body cams and stuff, the acting really sucked. Like, those people did not rehearse their lines, they were not on the same page, and their acting sucked.
That's the thing is, once you are able to spot these events for what they really are, they're actually pretty ridiculous. And for the most part, it's just that people are so blinded, and they literally believe everything that they're told from mainstream media and the government and law enforcement, that it doesn't matter how ridiculous it is. They know that the majority of people, whether it be someone that just hears it on the news or watches a couple news outtakes or whatever,
Right.
that they're just gonna believe it,
I'll tell
whether
you
there's.
something interesting about the Netflix docudrama is that people in my real life, in my day-to-day life, who knew that I had been getting attacked by these scumbags specific to this case, they called me after watching the Netflix thing, saying to me either that they that it was obvious that he didn't kill anybody, or they would say to me, which one of them killed the kids? Or they would say to me things like, wow, he was really abused. Okay. Those are people who had never heard of the case before, who watched only the Netflix docudrama, and they walked away from that docudrama believing, for the most part, that Christopher Watts didn't kill anybody. So that docudrama evidently didn't achieve whatever, or maybe it was part of the experiment.
Yeah, I don't know, but I just there. I mean, I just recently, now that you mention it, about people saying that that Chris didn't kill anyone. It's when I say it, I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist, and how dare you? But then they can say that he didn't kill anyone because they think that others were involved and there's accomplices.
Right.
So I'm like,
Yeah,
how is that different? How is that different? Like, I don't. It just
exactly.
boggles my mind.
Exactly. And why
Or
is
that
it
it's disrespectful to the parents or to the family because I'm saying that, but then wouldn't it be disrespectful, the same thing to the families, because they are convinced that law enforcement did a superb job, and that everyone that is guilty is clearly behind bars, and the R's, they've come on social media and said that they know everything and they know way more than we'll ever know, and rub it in our faces. So
well, they said we'll never know the truth, and it's
right.
because law enforcement doesn't tell people like us. So if
Right.
somebody says to me that I'm never going to know the truth, then that tells me we've been getting lied to so far, right? If I say to you, you're never going to know the truth, that means that everything you've heard up to this point is a lie.
And why are they so convinced to or why are they so determined to convince us that there's no conspiracy and that the case is closed? And that goes back to why I base my theory that nobody lost their lives is because the behavior from the R's and their contradictions. Because I would, if me personally, if that was my family, I would be, and we can't all, I'm sorry, we can't all be not know what we're talking about. There's clearly red flags in this case. There's clearly inconsistencies and things that Rourke has said. There's clearly. So if that were my family, I would not be on social media. I would not be engaging in the true crime community of all places and pushing their little agenda that they're doing, contradicting themselves. I would be demanding answers from the DA, from law enforcement, and saying, why are my family members not here anymore? Why are they not on this earth? Why all of a sudden was I led to believe that everyone was dead when he left the house, and now all of a sudden this ridiculous shadow stuff comes out?
Well,
and now you're telling me, DA,
didn't they say that they saw the video?
That my family was still alive when he left? People will say, what does that matter? To me, that tells me that the DA didn't even know what was going on in his own investigation.
Well, I thought they saw the video. I thought they saw the video of the garbage bags.
Exactly. They didn't. They saw the same video we saw, because they wouldn't go on Dr. Phil and say, oh, we would have gone for the death penalty if we would have known that they were still alive when he left.
Well, so and here are a few other questions. Here are a few other questions too. Why was the MLM not registered with the Better Business Bureau at the time of the tragedy when they were already in business for 6 years at that time? Why was there a second quitclaim deed posted on the public site that suddenly disappeared a couple of weeks after the tragedy? Why on earth did Christopher Watts' wife have her student loans erased in a bankruptcy? That's unheard of. Why on earth were we told that she earned the Lexus, and then we were told it was a leased vehicle in Christopher Watts' name? Why were we told she was a retired nurse? Why were we told that she was in a nursing program that, by the way, I dug in and couldn't find that it ever existed? Why are there so many lies, start to finish, so many lies about this case? Is it possible? And I know this is different for me because I personally think that, yes, Bella and Cece lost their lives. I don't think Christopher Watts killed anybody. That's my opinion. But I do think that the crap since the day of the tragedy, I think it's all been orchestrated and disgusting based on what I've personally endured and what my family's gone through, what my employer, my, the phone calls in the middle of the night. Why is Critical K making harassing phone calls to my home phone in the middle of the night over 2 years after the tragedy? And keep in mind, she was involved day one. Her Facebook group was where they were doxing me. Her Facebook group was where they were posting lies about me. Her Facebook group, and the two main attackers, the ones harassing my children, the ones making the threats, posting photos of my grandchildren online, they claim, and Critical K claims, to be close friends. Okay. Why then, over 2 years later, is she calling my home 3 times in the middle of the night with a robo app? Who hired or who organized or who planned? What role does she play in this? What's her connection to this?
I'm not sure. And that's
it's being made to appear
like, but I don't want any part of that for sure. I keep to myself on my channel, and I mean,
well, I'm saying as far as the whole organization, the connections. When this whole thing started, a lot of them claimed that they had already been working together for 3 years on other cases. Why? Working on what? These people aren't even true crimers. They don't even know the true crime community at all. They're just, and that's why I brought up that other case of missing child. When you watch their reaction to that case, it's like, what? Are you kidding me? This is not what true crimers do. They're trying to completely evaporate, I guess, the entire true crime community and rewrite it with these fakes, because true crimers don't act like these people are acting at all. The whole idea of this NK situation, that isn't how true crimers act. And yet, look at what, and even just yesterday, I think it was, somebody posted a comment calling me Nicole. They keep trying to say that I'm Nicole Kessinger. Like, are you kidding me? Really? I've gotten text messages from people saying that I was Nicole. I mean, what?
Well, someone said I was KK, so I mean, but I don't know. Like
they have their scapegoat.
You might be answering. I mean, if this isn't how usual true crime cases work, then I think that's when people really need to take a step back and think about things and listen to, everyone's theories and not. I was saying earlier that the majority of people, from what I can tell in true crime, it doesn't even seem like they want the facts anymore. They want their own ending. They want whatever they want. If they want NK to be behind bars because they believe that she was an accomplice to murder or killed everyone, if they believe that and that's what they want to happen, that's what they're going to keep focused on. They're going to have tunnel vision. And so I'm beginning to wonder if anybody really does look at facts anymore, if this is all just a soap opera.
That was absolutely debunked in 2018. NK is absolutely innocent. She had nothing to do with anything. That was debunked in 2018. And a lot of the long time, the ones who have been attacking right from the start, they know it. They were there. They know dang well NK didn't have anything to do with anything. But the talking points of, it's content for their channels is what it is. It's content. And, it's disgusting. This is not at all how true crime cases are handled. It's not at all how they're discussed. It's absolutely not. I would say that what's happening on YouTube are a bunch of fakes and frauds who are trying to push all the true crimers to the side so that they can try to rake in whatever they can rake in while they're trying to, run whatever chaos and confusion they can.
Definitely. I mean, but I've seen this before. Have you heard of the Kaninka? How do you say her name? Kaninka Jenkins?
Kaninka Jenkins, the Jenkins one?
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
There was so much social media interaction, so many different views, so much red flags and inconsistencies. Like, oh, how convenient that the one camera in the kitchen just so happened that we needed to see the footage of her going into the freezer or being put in the freezer just so happened to be malfunctioning and not work. And it just so
Well,
happens that in the Watts case, every
yes,
single footage and camera didn't work except for that one, and that's Nate's. And the
exactly.
Vivint footage didn't work, and the neighbor's camera had wasps all over the lens, and they didn't
Exactly.
bother to get the CCTV camera for the route to Survey 319, and Survey 319 just so happened to be an old well that was going to be decommissioned soon, so they didn't have cameras set up there. It's all about convenience. How convenient? Like, how many times do things need to happen to where they're not coincidental anymore? And that's what I'm trying to show people. There's too many inconsistencies and way too many, consistent or not consistent, but coincidental things.
Right.
There's just
Right.
and again, I
Well,
I didn't want to get
one
into this
more.
case fully, but I just wanted to come up and explain, like, well, one more thing is the reason why I talk in code, because I heard you mention earlier, the reason why I speak in code is because I've seen other channels, and not in true crime, but in the ones that are covering these other orchestrated events. Just recently, someone that I follow, like, they won't even say GUN because they're worried that their channel will get taken down. And they have over 500,000 subscribers. So, mind you, so I can understand why they would do that too. But there's
Right.
so much
Right.
censorship on YouTube that if you question the narrative, and especially of these tragic events, and the ones that don't add up, and there's red flags, I'm not questioning the ones that add up. It's only the ones that don't, and the ones that are showing these same
Right. And
characteristics and red flags.
here's something else that
But
doesn't.
recently I started being more transparent, and I'm getting more flack for it, as I mentioned earlier. But
Yeah.
even though my channel is small, I've seen channels get taken down left and right in
Here's
other
something
areas
else.
of conspiracy channels.
Here's something else that's very inconsistent with real life, and that is the house sitting there vacant. That house was set for auction, and then what, the day before the auction or so, a couple days before the auction, all of a sudden the auction was called off. Then it was set for auction again, and then it was called off again. That isn't how it works. When it's set for auction, it's auctioned off. So
And
why
banks
is
want to
it?
make their money. They're not going to sit there and not make money off of it.
Well, as far as I can tell, and I'm not sure, but as far as I can tell, actually the county now owns the house. Why would the county own the house? And this whole idea of this lien that they have on it, and people are thinking that they have to get so many millions out of it or something. That isn't how liens work. But on YouTube, everybody's running with this false routine of how a lien on a house works. The same thing with the 35C. Everything on YouTube is BS about the 35C. But you've got everyone staring right at the camera, acting like they know what they're talking about. They don't. I mean, there's so much misinformation about this case over and over again, and it's all
bad.
on YouTube.
It's bad. Yeah.
And
I feel
the idea
overwhelmed all the
now,
time with it.
well, the idea now that everyone's saying that AD is about to be sued for what?
Okay, I have opinions on that as well, but I won't get into that. But no, yeah, but it is kind of late, and I just wanted
Yeah,
to
same here.
to
Well, let's do
explain some
this
things
again.
because I felt like I should at least be able to explain myself.
Well, let's do this again too, Megan, and let's go ahead, and I'm happy to explore the possibility that nobody got killed. I'm happy to explore that. The only caveat for me would be that I do believe that Cindy's either an award-winning actress or she doesn't know it. Okay? But there are so many issues with this case. I also, at the same time, I would like to discuss with you sometime the thought that it may have actually happened that Bella and Cece were murdered by one of their parents in what should have been the safety of their own home, and the possible reasons for a cover up post tragedy. Because, in my opinion, I think that upcoming court hearing was to remove the children.
I mean, I'm willing to hear your thoughts on it for sure.
Are you familiar with the Susan Powell case, the Josh and Susan Powell case out of Utah?
It sounds familiar.
The grandparents just got a few years ago.
Oh, I've heard you. I did hear you talk about this before. Yeah.
Yep, a $93 million judgment. It did get lowered by the court, I think to 30 some million. But they just got a huge judgment because those children were not safe in the system. I wonder, is it worth a $93 million judgment to very quickly hire a bunch of losers on social media to try to steer the narrative away from what might appear obvious to a lot of us who look at those videos?
The only reason why it's difficult for me to believe anything like that is just, or see anything like that, is because, why would they release I mean, maybe I didn't understand you correctly, but why would they release so much information in the discovery to either cover it up or to make law enforcement and the DA look incompetent? When I see an amount of information released like that, like I've seen before with Las Vegas, it's to push an agenda. It's the psychological aspect of it, because they know that people are going to specifically on social media, are going to bury their heads in that discovery, and eventually they're going to start noticing inconsistencies. And that's one of the reasons why I believe that no one's personal information in this case was redacted, not even minors.
Right.
And
Right.
how is that possible? I mean, you're talking about a quadruple homicide case, and no one's personal information was redacted.
That's a really good point, because that was very glaring that they had children, even NA's son, I think, was still a minor at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And they had his
Madison?
police interview. Well, yeah, the little one running around the house, all
Mhm.
of it. Yep.
The neighbors'
good
kids,
point.
they were minors. It doesn't it uh they have to be protected for their personal, their faces should be blurred for their personal protection. Especially when you're broadcasting it to millions of people, and inside the neighbors' homes, you're showing that woman that lived a couple houses down, that had the same last name but without an S or whatever, and she's got all these nice all white things in her house. She's saying how her husband is in the basement for this many hours a day. She doesn't have a dog. She doesn't have any security cameras. She goes and gets her mail at this time of day. I mean, that's just literally asking for someone to, like, if the wrong person sees that, to put their
Exactly.
lives
So
in
could
jeopardy,
that
to
be
get robbed.
part of the agenda would be to say that law enforcement can walk in your house at any time and have all of your personal information all over the internet?
Possibly.
But
to
and that ties
have
in.
security cameras installed in all or smart doorbells installed. Who knows? There's multiple agendas, but I mentioned this in a recent live stream. If they redacted personal information like they're supposed to, right? As
Right.
far as I know. But the problem is I can't find a statute. I've looked and looked and looked. I cannot find a statute in the Colorado revised statutes. I can't find one specifically that says, hey, if we release all this information in a homicide case, which we never do, because you normally have to jump
Yeah, you
through
won't find a
hoops
statute.
to
You won't
even
find a
get
statute.
information from your own case,
Yeah,
like a mild case.
You won't find a statute about that. But if you look under the Freedom of Information Act, it's a federal Freedom of Information, and then also see what Colorado has, then you will find certain restrictions in releasing information to the public. And that could be a good guideline for you to discuss.
Yeah, I'll check it out for sure. But that's the problem, is that I haven't been able to, because they didn't go by the books with a lot of this, because there's certain legal things that they didn't do.
Well, here's one
crime scene.
example.
You
Here's
can't,
one example. The chain of evidence. Do you have the makeup bag? Oh, you do? Have you opened it? Have you looked inside? No, we haven't looked inside. Oh, well, then when you come back to Colorado, bring it with you. And then they did, and then they put it into evidence. What?
right?
Or
they stole Chris's truck, or
yeah. Yeah. I think it'd be interesting to speak with you again about this, because again, my roadblock would be Cindy sure sounds authentic with her broken heart. It would be really difficult for me to believe that Cindy would be in on it.
And I'm not saying that she is or isn't. Again, and that's not really what I'm basing my supporting my evidence off, or my theory off of, I guess you could say. I'm simply saying, I'm telling, and I try to stay neutral. I really do. And there's times recently where I've got go a little crazy, but that's because I can see the agenda that's being pushed. But I don't want to sway opinions of anyone. I don't want to be the best talker or speaker in the world and say this is what this is, or this is what's going on with this case. I'm simply giving the information that I've learned over the years about these orchestrated events, and what people want to do with that information, that's on them. I'm simply
Well,
saying, here,
I could
take
care
it.
less. Yeah, I could care less what anybody's opinion is. I'm interested in everybody's opinion and why or how they get there, and I'm interested in thinking of all the different angles of things. But I don't care if there is one or two or zero other people who actually agree with me. That doesn't matter to me. What I care about is a couple of things. Number one, believing at this point that two children who deserved to be safe in their own home were murdered by one of their parents. And also, what I care about is the fact that I have the right, all of us have the right and the freedom to discuss true crime cases without having our children harassed, without having our employers harassed, without having a bunch of lies posted online about us, without being harassed by phone, without having one of the scumbag attackers fly across the country and park right alongside my road, filing false police reports, filing, I laugh. One of the dipshits sent me a cease and desist, emailed me a cease and desist the same day that she posted my grandchildren's photos online and got caught doing it. Within hours, she's emailing me a cease and desist that was so poorly written that I laughed out loud. It was, I mean, come on. If you're going to do a fake cease and desist, you should probably do spell check, So anyway,
I'm sorry.
that's what I care about. I don't care what somebody's opinion is. I care about the person feeling and knowing that they have the right and the freedom to take part in the discussion and to have their own opinion. Because if we're supposed to just believe the BS that we've been told, then we'd all still be believing that Christopher Watt's wife was a retired nurse. That was 2 weeks after the tragedy.
If people don't, I'll tell you this, if people don't wake up, they're not going to have any true crime channels to go and discuss anything with, especially with all these YouTube allows abuse thumbnails. That worries me a great deal. So hopefully it'll die down and it'll fade out, but we'll see. But I do want to thank you for letting me come up here and
well, and feel free to hop up anytime, Megan. We're usually talking about things like menopause and salads, so feel free to hop up.
And I just wanted to say one more thing. I don't, when I say things about my theory, for anybody that's listening, I don't ever mean to be disrespectful towards any victims or anything like that. But as far as I know, I'm still allowed to have an opinion, and I'm definitely not going to sit back and just let things happen. So I do want to just clarify that I don't mean to be disrespectful. So,
well, Megan, on this channel, that's a given, and we just know that. Like the same thing with the in my opinion thing. This is a discussion channel from like before the Christopher Watts case, where we're you know what I'm saying? Like, like you don't have to apologize for having an opinion other than whatever at all. And hopefully within, like you said, the last few months you've been more outspoken. Hopefully within another few months you'll be able to just stand firm with your opinions and not feel at all like you give a rat's tail about what anyone thinks. Because that's what this how they say fight fire with fire. The way it's set up for you and me both, and for many of us, like Gloria, thought-provoking video, set the record straight. We have had to fight for the right to speak. Well, this is BS. So it's almost like we have to be louder, I think, in order to really fight for the right to speak. Because if this channel goes down, where do you think anyone can have an honest discussion about the case?
Name one channel. Nowhere. It's already happening. I mean, true crime is next. And I've been saying that for months. So I don't want to ever say I told you so. But again, people, and it's going to be the people that are like with those YouTube allows abuse and saying, oh, we demand something be done. YouTube do something about the R's being harassed, and they're going to wake up one day and they're going to go to their favorite true crime channel, and it's going to be gone, or they're not going to be able to voice their opinions because you're going to have a little
Exactly.
YouTube bot that's going to delete everything they say, and they're going to go, what do you mean I can't talk about my, this favorite true crime case of mine, or the current true crime case? What do you mean? Because you're the ones that demanded something be done about people being allowed to talk about these cases and the censorship. So it might not be tomorrow, it might not be next month, but it's happening, and it will happen. So if people,
I have a question. Have you ever seen any evidence at all that the R's have been harassed?
no,
I haven't either.
no, and
I
to
have a
me,
lot of evidence that I have been harassed, but I've never seen any evidence at all that the R's have been harassed.
yeah, I want to see all the police reports they filed. Even then, I probably wouldn't believe it because it's just a piece of paper. But that's just me. Um, um, but look at all these bigger channels that the R's are going on, real quick, and still complaining about the harassment. But yet, every single time, you know what happens when they show their faces or on social media on a major channel, or they go and they moderate for a true crime channel? You know what that does? All it does is get people to talk about the case more. So that they're pushing an agenda, and that's what pisses me off. Because
Well,
people keep saying they're the victims. No, we're the victims. We have been lied to on a massive scale. So sorry, I'm not falling for the victim card anymore. Call me a terrible person, but I'm a victim here, and I'm not going to be. I refuse to be lied to anymore from whoever is pushing these agendas. So,
well, I applaud.
sorry, people need to wake. People need to wake up. I'll say it again. People need to wake up because it's only going to get worse.
I agree. I applaud your guts. I applaud your voice and your willingness to stand firmly with your opinion, regardless of whatever it is, regardless of whether or not we agree. I applaud your strength because from what I've seen in the last few years on YouTube on this case, very few people have what you have. Very
Thank
few.
you. I appreciate that.
Very few. And I have a feeling they're the ones in the comment threads or in the chat thread or whatever you call it. I think we're all right here because if you look at the other channels, they're all about the drama. They're all about the noise. They're all about who's on whose team. They're all about who's going to, be harassing who next, right? Who else is discussing the case? They're not. If they're chasing along the NK path, they're just full of bull. They're just looking for money.
Yeah. And people don't, the problem with you and I is cognitive dissonance is a real bitch, I like to say. People don't want to be told something different from what they believed, especially, a narrative that they've been told for going on, 3 years now? Yep. Once you question their beliefs, their strong beliefs that they have, or the belief that they want, or the ending that they want, or the outcome, that's when people get angry. That's when people get upset. Even if that means saying, hey, what if I told you that those victims that you have literally allowed to let affect your life, some of you, and that you cried over all the time. What if, just humor me, what if they could possibly be alive? Wouldn't that be a good thing? No. Well, they will come up with every excuse in the book as to why, though, they are no longer here.
Well, they're being led to believe that the majority of people believe all of this rubbish about her making $500,000 or her being successful or whatever. Okay, or her being a nurse or whatever. They're led to believe that the majority of the people believe those things. What they don't know is that the private discussion groups that were able to lock down the group safely before the attackers got in there, those groups are still going strong. And from the very start, there was a majority of people saying Christopher Watts didn't kill anybody. or Christopher Watts isn't the one who killed the kids, or Christopher Watts is getting blamed for, you know what I mean? There are a lot of people who do not believe the official narrative.
I don't
And
believe
those
that he killed anybody
discussions,
either, but for a different reason.
right?
But
And those
yeah,
discussions are still going strong. They're just not on YouTube. This is a YouTube thing. It's a YouTube specific thing. And that's pretty disgusting, what I call the cesspool of YouTube, right? And it is, you're right. If we don't stand up for our right and our freedom to discuss true crime cases, we will lose that right and that freedom.
yep. The others that are pushing for it too, they're gonna be the ones that blow it for us. Unfortunately, the ones that live in their bubble and don't want to know about the corruption or they just want to live in their safe
Well,
bubble. So
who was that famous movie actor who said, you can't handle the truth, I think? You don't want to know the truth, you can't
Jack
handle.
Nicholson.
Yes, I think it was. You don't want, how did it go? You don't want the truth, you can't handle the
You can't
truth.
handle the truth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
We might be there already, that they just can't look at it. People will be attacking me. I'll be getting emails. They'll be posting crappy comments. They'll be making crappy videos. And they're going to say, Mence is asking whether or not, the R's have ever been harassed, right? And it's going to be tearjerker.
And any logical thinking person should ask that, but they don't, because there's this victim, I don't know if this is the correct word, but mentality or something.
Yeah.
They believe that if you're a victim, you are untouchable. That it doesn't matter if you contradict yourself. It doesn't matter if you treat people terrible. I don't want to go into the R's because I've seen the way that they've treated other channel creators in comment sections and talk to people and talk down to people. Being a victim does not make you a saint. It doesn't mean that you don't lie. It doesn't mean that you're not pushing an agenda. It unfortunately just makes you a victim.
Well, and
again,
I'm sorry,
if you contradict yourself, I'm going to call you out on it. If you start pushing agendas and you're saying we're getting harassed, and then you contradict yourself and you turn around and insert yourself in social media, I'm going to question it. And I don't care.
When one of the supposed victims who claims he's been harassed for 3 years, he's posting on YouTube, claiming that I lost custody of my children. That is absolute slander, absolute defamation, absolute libel, okay? It's absolute bullshit. It's absolute harassment. It's absolutely intentionally inflicting emotional distress. It's an absolute lie, okay? I never lost custody of my children. Custody of my children was never an issue. And that jerk thinks it's okay for him to be posting those lies about me, and then he wants to say he's being harassed. Are you kidding me?
Oh, they're totally hypocritical and contradicting. And I think you mentioned it earlier. I don't remember exactly the word you used. It was a good word. About the back and forth, like, drama between that bigger channel creator that everyone wants to sue.
Controlled opposition.
And between I don't know if you said it was between the R's, but so in my opinion, that whole thing with the R's suing that specific channel creator, I think it's a front. I think it's just another way to scare people.
It's controlled
from
opposition.
talking about the cases, saying, hey, if you talk about these cases, you go against the official narrative, you're going to get sued. It's all to freak people out.
Right. It's to make
the same
people
thing goes
afraid.
for that other channel creator that's supposedly getting sued because of that other case. I think that's all a front too.
I do too. Oh my gosh.
Just like Trump. If the president of the United States gets censored and he gets kicked off of Twitter, then if he gets kicked off, then surely your little peasant people, you go against anything the MSM or the official narrative says, you're going to get kicked off as well. So right. I think it's the world's a stage.
Exactly. I agree with you, and we won't say which case that is, but that one case I think is such a line of BS, because we're hearing how it's, standing up for everybody's rights. Baloney. We don't have the right to harass. We don't have the right to be basically threatening another person, right? that isn't about freedom of speech, but that's how they're trying to frame it or portray it as somebody being the person who's, you know, the pioneer, I guess, for that, standing for that fight. No, it's bullshit. And when I actually step back and, like you say, think for yourself, right? Step back and look at the bigger picture. There's no way. There's no way. The whole idea of not using a lawyer and yet producing those responses, right? It's bullshit. All of it. I mean, it just, if it looks like a skunk, if it smells like a skunk, it might be a skunk, right?
Yep, I agree. So, yeah, I mean, I could go on and on and on about all of it for hours, but um, yeah, no, but I just wanted to come up here and clarify some things. And if if you ever have any doubts, like I always tell people, like, just ask me. At least give me the benefit of the doubt to at least explain myself before, and then
I had a bad moment with Robbie today, so I'm probably in a, better mood than other. I'm kidding. So I was on a roll there.
It's no
Always,
biggie.
always
I literally try to keep to myself, and I've only stirred up some drama just recently because I was tired of getting censored. So I said, this is bullshit. I said, why do I have to say my opinion? Just because I'm a channel creator, I'm not going to. And
Well, what they want is they want you to apologize. That's what they want. Like I said early on, they were bashing me for having too much of a confident tone. So they were saying that I was, trying to act like it was a fact and not my opinion. If they don't know how to take part in a debate or a discussion, that's on them. That's not on you or me.
Bottom line, you take everything with a grain of salt until someone can prove it. I don't know why anybody would believe anything otherwise. It boggles my mind. So,
well, I think that they should require debate. I think, or critical thinking classes or something, because the people who have been engaging in the attacks, they don't know how to have a discussion. They just don't. All they know how to do is, to post their little string of hearts and to say that it isn't right.
They're keyboard warriors, and those ones that I get in my comments, I do get them sometimes. Most channel creators will pin the comment that's like, really nice, and I mean, I still do that, but obviously they want people to hear them, right? Put their 2 cents in, so I'll pin their comment so that everybody sees how ridiculous they sound, and they don't seem to say anything afterwards. It seems to work. So, or I'll come back with some sarcastic comment and just jokingly, and they don't ever
they don't want to discuss the case. So. They don't even want to at all.
They just want to put their 2 cents in that they and then that's it. But
well, that's why I say there are very few people using many fake profiles to post the smack. Very few people.
It's pretty pathetic.
Oh, somebody's saying slander. Let's see this real quick before you go. You can help me with this one. Daisy May. How is it not okay for SW to make money off of their daughter's case, yet it's okay for YouTube creators to make money? Stating that SW killed her kids, don't you think that is slander? No, that is not slander. Daisy May went through and watched your videos. The things you say about SW and her kids, I'm so blown away. But yet the R's say something about you or your family, it's slander. Guess what, Daisy May? I have never committed slander. The R's cannot say the same. Because when one of the R's hops right up there and lies about me, it's slander. Got it? Good. There. Daisy May. Sorry, Megan. I didn't let you help.
That's okay. But on that note, I think I'm gonna go. But thank you again for having me and letting me,
hop up anytime.
Things, and I really appreciate it. It's nice talking to you again, Miss Mensa.
I'm glad you hopped up, and feel free to hop up anytime, Megan.
Thank you.
Okay, see you later.
Bye.
If someone disagrees with your opinion, if you are grown up, respect their opinion. I'm going to scroll up here and see. Wasn't that nice? What a nice surprise. Here we were talking about salads. Contrary Marge is here. I haven't seen you in a while. Long while. I'll go ahead and click back on the Daisy May comment and explain it a little bit further. We have the right and we have the freedom to discuss true crime cases, Daisy May. I am not on the public stage. And if you're not familiar with that concept, then you might want to research it a little bit. I have the right to write books on true crime cases, and I have the right to discuss true crime cases on a true crime case discussion channel on social media. The person who posted the lies about me had no right to be discussing me at all, period. Or as Natasha would say, point blank, period. And he most certainly has no right to make slanderous or libelous or defamatory comments about me or my family. Got it? Feel free to jump up on the panel if you'd like to discuss it further. Megan says, thank you, MM, and everyone for letting me explain some things. Thank you for jumping up on the panel, Megan. I know the chat loved it. And Megan says, take care, everyone. And Christy says, thanks so much, Megan. This was fabulous. Think for yourself says, me, LOL, lots of love. Daisy May says, don't get upset. I'm trying to understand. Hop up on the panel and let's talk about it. That was a great chat. I agree. Spacebound says, happy you did, Megan. And yes, we did. Christy says, been watching for that convo for forever. Come on, Daisy May, hop up. Let's talk about it. Sharon said, did you see the comment the other day? No. Yes, Shalina. Megan is thought-provoking as usual. Not to confuse her with Yvonne. Oh, okay. About a second interview. That wasn't really an interview. That was just a little phone conversation. Shalina says, love her. Come on, Daisy May. If you're trying to understand, hop up and let's talk about it. I don't think Daisy May wants to talk about it. I think she'll do it again. Christy, you're sweet. Here she is. Daisy May says, I'm at work. I can't call in, or I would. I'm a nurse. Everyone is sleeping. I just listen to YouTube while I chat. Or while I chart. While I chart. Like I said, I'm just discussing this to try to see where you are coming from. There's something known as the public stage. Christopher Watts is on the public stage. Christopher Watt's wife is on the public stage. So are Bella and Cece. Christopher Watt's in-laws and his parents have also placed themselves on the public stage. Okay? Because the case, the true crime case, is on the public stage. True crime authors and channel creators or Facebook admins who have groups or channels discussing true crime cases or blogs on WordPress or whatever, we're not on the public stage. They have no right to be harassing us. They have no right to be slandering us. They have no right to be making defamatory statements. The fact that one of the people who is on the public stage has posted lies about me and about my family is defamation. It is libel. And it's also, in my opinion, intentionally inflicting emotional distress. Period. Amy says it is absolute slander. Yes, it is. Christy, same here. Daisy May says, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to explain it to me. Do you guys remember the GoFundMe? Do you remember how money was raised and how people were told that there were about 4 or 5 of us who were supposedly going to be arrested and sued? Do you remember all that? Do you want to know how many people got all fired up from that and made harassing phone calls and posted harassing comments? I have a lot of proof of the harassment that I've suffered through. I have a lot of proof of the slander and the defamation that I've suffered through. I'm just scrolling up here. Well, when Megan hopped on, I was already saying we needed our beauty sleep. I think what we should do is call it a night. Sharon said, does this lady have a channel? Yes, it's called Think for Yourself. So if you do the search, you might even want to put in the name Megan and then Think for Yourself, and maybe even put Chris Watts. I think it'll come up. Oh, the scroll at the bottom, if you guys weren't here at the beginning, Christy says she's e-begging with a smile. I should do the other banner here quick and show you. This is something that I think is actually funny about Natasha. So I made a banner that says, imitation is the highest form of flattery. Natasha does this at the bottom of her chat screen. She says something like, I think to all of her cult members or something, send me all of your money. And I think that is hilarious. And then for those of you who weren't here earlier, we created a change.org petition asking that recess for school children be mandatory. So feel free to run on over and sign that petition, because I think we have 4 signatures so far. Let's go back to the money here. Time to e-beg. There we go. Send me all of your money. And back to the comments. And here we are with a smile. Okay, let's go ahead and say goodnight, you guys. Man, that was a weird chat, wasn't it? Pretty cool. I'm glad Megan came. Yes, Christy, she didn't. I think she has seen it. She's been doing this for a couple years, so she has seen what's been happening. I know it. That would have been nice to have Paula up there too. Okay, I'm going to start off with good. Oh, Dolo beat me to it. Good night, John Boy. Here's Daisy May again. Let's see what she says. Oh gosh, you talking about Cooper? I can't handle her, but one night when I'm off and you're live, I would love to discuss all this with you. No hard feelings. You're Y-O-U-R. Uh-oh. Whoa. Okay, good night, John Boy. Delo says, good night, all. Everybody have a great week. Be safe, be healthy, and be happy. And here's Daisy May again. Sorry, I hope I didn't leave a sour taste in your mouth. I didn't mean to be rude. Thanks again. Have a blessed night. Private Pirate, here we go. Good night, John Boy. Member of the Bob's Babes 100. Woohoo! Don't ask me how he made the top 100, but he did. Spacebound says, grr. Nope. Spacebound says, good night. I'm not tired. Christy says, that was the best show, MM. Sharon says, Daisy, I don't think you was rude. You asked a question. Yeah, a little bit snarky at the beginning. Not sure. But she leveled off and I leveled off, so all's well that ends well, right? I am surprised how many nurses watch us, though. Spacebound's laughing. Sharon says, night, when I'm just getting up. 7:38 a.m. Daisy May says, good night. Christy says, good night, everybody. So remember, be safe, be healthy, and be happy. And know, please know, that you are loved. Cecile says, thank you, and good night.